To mark Africa Day, May 25th, a week-long celebration of African achievement kicks off with the L.E.N.R Festival. We hear from some of the heavy hitters throwing their weight behind the virtual summit. But first, international pressure is mounting on Mali to release the president and prime minister after they were arrested by the military on Monday. President Ba Ndao and Premier Mokhtar Ouane's detention is the latest chapter in the country's political crisis. The pair were leading a transitional government that took over after the military forced former President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta from power last August. The African Union, regional group ECOWAS, the US and others have called for Ndao and Ouane's immediate release. The EU and France have threatened sanctions.
In the immediate term, we demand the release of the authorities, whose safety must be guaranteed, and the immediate resumption of the normal course of the transition. I know that the former president of Nigeria, Mr. Goodluck, is in Bamako to put forward the views of the countries in the region. I would like to make it clear that if there is no return to the normal course of the transition, we will take immediate targeting measures against those military and political leaders who are obstructing the transition.
Well, Vice President Colonel Assimi Goita's taken the reins once more. He also led the military junta that ousted President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta last year. Nicolas Chemin tells us more.
It was less than a year ago that Malian President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta was toppled. A few hours later, Assimi Goïta showed that he was the country's new strongman.
Nous n'avons plus droit à l'erreur. Donc nous, en faisant cette intervention hier, nous avons mis le pays au-dessus, le Mali d'abord. Raison pour laquelle nous les avons assuré notre soutien et leur dire de commencer à travailler, car nous n'avons plus droit à l'erreur.
9 months later, the 38-year-old colonel has toppled another president and prime minister. He did not appreciate that two of his allies were removed from the new government. Goïta has been vice president since September, but many Malians know very little about him.
On sait par le biais de ses proches, de ses camarades de promotion, c'est quelqu'un de très timide, mais également de très rigoureux et très sérieux dans le travail. Côté politique, on ne dira pas que c'est un homme politique qui n'a jamais été impliqué dans la gestion publique, il n'est pas un homme politique aguerri, et il manque d'expérience à ce niveau.
Assimi Goïta went to the best military schools in Mali. He was also trained in the US and Europe. A prestigious career, but now he is coming under fire from all sides. The African Union, the European Union and the US have all condemned his actions. French President Emmanuel Macron said some members of the regime could face sanctions if the political situation in Mali was not clarified.
The death toll from the eruption of Mount Nyiragongo in eastern DR Congo has risen to 32. 3 days after the disaster, and tremors still shake the region around the city of Goma. On Tuesday, two huge cracks, hundreds of meters long, opened up near the main hospital and near the airport. The rivers of molten lava have devastated whole communities. Many fear fresh eruptions, and unsure of where to turn to for help, some are trying to do what they can for each other.
Many families have opened their homes to strangers as a refuge. That's a good thing, but we worry that this will create a sanitation problem with things such as cholera. What's important is that the government does more to bring help to the victims.
So thousands of people have lost their homes and hundreds of children are either missing or have been separated.
Intelligence report may shed light on the origins of the pandemic.
I was saying in my other video, but yet the thing stopped on its own. On Fakebook, I have stuff titled back in January and so forth, with the number dates sequencing down the different clusters as they, as you would say, bounced from each other and clustered. And the dates, November 17th, you go gestational period before that to gestational period before that to 2 gestations before that, and you end up end of September, but yet August, spanning in September, spanning into them going back in October 25th, setting off the reaction there at the lab, where you had the cluster on November 17th confirmed. But yet, it didn't arise from what they state. It's from them messing around at the farms, messing with the quiche Kool-Aid.
It seems to support the theory that the virus first emerged from a lab accident in Wuhan, China. On Sunday, the Wall Street Journal revealed information from a still classified U.S. intelligence report. It says that around the start of initial virus outbreak in November 2019, 3 researchers from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology were sickened, becoming so symptomatic that they sought hospital treatment. The report seems to add on to an earlier U.S. intelligence fact sheet. It had disclosed that researchers working there were sickened in fall of 2019 with symptoms consistent with both COVID-19 and common seasonal illness. The latest report also fuels allegations that one of the institute's labs may have shut down due to a virus outbreak among staff in October 2019. That's when the facility allegedly shut down for over 2 weeks at the time. The high-security lab is known to study different types of coronaviruses. The suggestion comes through analysis of cell phone location data. From October 7th to the 24th, 2019, no cell phone activity registered in this portion of the Wuhan lab. Some argue the building was closed due to a hazardous event that may have happened there. But the White House says in terms of the report, we have no means of confirming that or denying that. It is not a report from the United States. On Monday, China's foreign ministry also denied the accusation. A spokesman said that there has been 0 infection among staff in the Wuhan lab. The journal's report comes amid growing calls for a second probe into the origins of the pandemic. On Monday, 2 GOP Congress members called on their Democrat colleagues to launch a full and complete investigation. Those reports aren't the only source casting doubt on the pandemic's origins. U.S.-based fact-checking group PolitiFact seems to have changed its mind on the Wuhan lab leak suspicion, suggesting that it no longer considers it a conspiracy theory. The nonprofit has retracted one of its fact-checking labels. The label previously stamped the Wuhan lab origin idea as a conspiracy theory. This comes a few days after a comment Fauci made to a PolitiFact reporter. Dr. Anthony Fauci was recently asked whether he was still confident that the virus developed naturally.
But no, I'm not convinced about that. I think that we should continue to investigate what went on in China until we find out, to the best of our ability, exactly what happened.
Dr. Fauci says he supports any kind of investigation that probes the origins of the virus. The PolitiFact label originally targeted remarks by Hong Kong virologist L.E.N.R. Last year, she said she had solid scientific evidence that is not from nature, but rather it is a man-made virus created in the lab. In an updated editor's note released on Monday, PolitiFact explained why it removed the label. It reads, when this fact check was first published in September 2020, PolitiFact sources included researchers who asserted the SARS-CoV-2 virus could not have been manipulated. That assertion is now more widely disputed. L.E.N.R worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Hong Kong. She also previously worked for a key disease lab for the Chinese Communist Party and conducted surveillance for zoonotic viruses like SARS. An electric scooter exploded in front of a government compound in northeast China's Liaoning province on Monday. Surveillance video shows that a man walked his scooter near the entrance of the compound when the vehicle suddenly blew up. The dense smoke at the scene formed a mushroom cloud about 65 feet wide. Local authorities report that the man died on the spot, while 5 others suffered minor injuries. Just a warning, the following footage may be disturbing for some viewers, due to its graphic nature. It It is unclear if the man planned the explosion, but Chinese netizens are still questioning whether an unmodified electric scooter has the power to create such an explosion. Some say there could have been explosives on the scooter, and some are speculating whether this was an attack on the municipal government. The hashtag of the news saw over 4 million views on Chinese social media platform Weibo. The Chinese regime appears to consider protest.
The same as what happens in the vape pens and everything else and the stuff in the batteries and the airplanes that they have carbon fiber cocoons to keep it confined through. Because they're just a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. Like I've been stating. People don't understand. They still don't understand how electrochemical reduction, how and all that power is stored in one spot. This takes a perfect longitudinal waveguide to make the connection proper for it to this discharge. And you have fission across the lattice. And you go lattice enabled. Literally that's lattice from the way that they make those batteries and so forth. And the shock and compression.
And there's nothing will stop it.
Turn on Bluetooth and go to Fakebook.
Blessings. So, that VPA82 that I've been posting about and talking about for the last week and a half, saying that it will help, replicated. My wife and I, we've been doing some scanning. Blessings. So, that VPA82 that I've been posting about and talking about for the last week and a half, saying that it will help, replicated. My wife and I, we've been doing some scanning, preparations, looking into things, watching the probabilities as things change and trying to get a fix and get confirmation and understanding exactly how it would help and get confirmation and understanding out there to the other radionics practitioners, other dowsers, other psychonauts, psychotronics, folks that believe and do these things.
I'll show you the whole thing when it's done.
These numbers here, as you see, these were all done in word tunings.
The first intrinsic data field is always the probability of VPHH to kill coronavirus when replicated in ionic silver. The probability goes from 0 to 100 and is given as a rating of 88.3. The second intrinsic data field, how high is the probability of VPA82 to kill coronavirus, period? Super high probabilities, just to see if we were in the right track. How high?
Please, all other radionic practitioners, intrinsic data field analyzers, if you can, please cross-reference and check. The other day we just got an email from the creator of this L.E.N.R stating that they have new intrinsic data field for the corona, for testing and so forth, but that only gives balance. This will kill. Please share this, get this out to all the groups. This will kill it.
As you can see, this is already a report that we have created a few hours ago, and Ezekiel did not mention in the introduction, but we ran into a technical issue where we were recording as we were doing this whole session, and the video is not available on his phone.
So we're doing this live.
But I did manage to take some pictures of the report, and since I posted in the radionics group, a person had commented on why taking the time of actually scanning and dosing for deficiency of the VPAA2 instead of just sending a negative broadcasting and sending the coronavirus as a tuning and putting it onto 0. So what I had just done is I asked what would it be the efficiency of broadcasting just to nullify, so sending as 0 the coronavirus as a negative tunings, and so as you can see the efficiency would be 55.3 instead of the efficiency of the BP882 to broadcasting that to the affected areas of the affected individuals or replicating that in water. So the efficiency of that would be 98.2. So I hope that answers the question. 98.8. I hope that answers the question of that individual. And then another word tuning that we had put is how high is the probability of BP882 eradicating neurosarcoidosis from individual.
This is from my mother, since my studying of such, because they misdiagnosed my mother with AIDS when I was 12, and then realized she had sarcoidosis. Now this coronavirus is exploiting the vitamin D deficiency of the gene type of those people. Sarcoid is in that gene type, and so it's exploiting that. And be it that sarcoidosis is self-adapted virus and able to go through the blood-brain barrier, hence it's called neurosarcoidosis, but yet when it goes past the blood-brain barrier, it is no longer neurosarcoidosis. Allopathic medicine has it classified as streptococcus or meningitis. And even in that area, they have no idea how to cure it or get rid of it. I love you, Mom. I'm going to be broadcasting this as soon as possible so that the probability is at 58% on the 12th of this month. I still have you, if you wish to stay. I love you, Mom.
The following intrinsic data field or word tuning that we have put is how high is the probability of BP eradicating sarcoidosis from individual broadcasting at 100% of efficiency.
And so I got rid of my stage 4 sarcoma. This is a variant of the envelope virus, which is SARS, yet it's passed from chickens to humans. And the selenium deficiency in the mother is why African Americans, if you wish to use color crayon terms, have such a high rate of sarcoma in the lungs. That love for that chicken
Self-worth.
that has to be washed with sodium
Heart chakra
chloride
being depleted.
or chlorine dioxide.
How high is the probability of BPAA2 killing coronavirus when broadcasted to the infected person? Broadcasting it with BSA5.
Asymmetric war across time spans.
94.6. How high is the probability
OC43 and its
of
lineages.
BPAA2 eradicating the coronavirus from the affected areas if broadcasted with the equipment at 88.4? How high is the probability of BPAA2 eradicating from the affected areas if broadcasted? This one was to water. That's what we were thinking on the water body, just on a water body and not just on an area.
For the people
On
that
water
drink
itself.
aquifers and so forth.
Because the stuff goes in the
And
water.
how high is the probability of BPAA2?
We live on top of Mount Hope and we're next to a big aquifer. I'm going to be setting up some systems to where the water that comes from our springs flows down into the river.
What I'm digging out and doing now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
Eradicate OC43 from affected areas if broadcasted over a body of water, 97.5. In this case, we had just decided to call the coronavirus OC43.
Which is not, we decided that is the proper term.
We decided in the word tuning to call it OC43.
Yes. But if you look up OC43, it is the proper term of the viral load.
how high is the probability of VPAA to eradicate OC43 from affected areas if broadcasted? 97.0.
Remember, this disease is you get it through your eyes, you can get it through your mouth and nose, but also vomit, and diarrhea is contagious. That is why the bodies are having to be cremated of the people so that it doesn't infect the ground or water table. Yet, people that are going to close water systems, cities and so forth, they're having to sterilize in these places that are infected their sewage plants. Otherwise, it is in the water table. Again, this stuff, they state the 1st of December of last year, gestation of 2 weeks, makes it the mid-November is when people first started getting sick. And the pet shop food place is not where it started. 14 out of the 31 that first sick, just like the very first person that was sick with it did not go to the fish market. This disease was brought to the fish market. Be it that it took a whole month and a half for them to realize, after huge clusters of families of people coming up sick, because again, they knew for a month and a half that it was human-to-human contact, be it that the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare workers, and family members were getting sick from taking care of these people by helping them when they threw up or had diarrhea. As I had stated on the 25th of January, there had been enough viral load taken that it would not be seen by the temperature change that it is gastric. You would see anal leakage, which would be contagious. Now, they're testing the people. People are coming up affected, but yet showing 3 days or 4 days later that they're not contagious, and then showing that they're contagious. Again, like Listeria, it uses flavins to be able to go from aorbic atmospherics to oxygenated or negative orb to a positive orb atmosphere. Henceforth, why this is able to live outside the body for 72 hours or longer, maybe even 5 days.
Then in the word tuning, we asked, at what date will the coronavirus outbreak end if we broadcast the VPAA2 phages worldwide? And the date that we got was next year, March. So 2021, the 3rd month of 2021. Also, I asked, since there's such a controversy of when on the gestation period and then the infections and then how long does it take for the virus to manifest and all that, when the coronavirus originated, and I got a reading of 2018, August 2018. So please, if there's any other radionics practitioners or dowsers or psychotronics or psionics or any other practitioners or wandering souls out there that would like to get any information, by their means, if they can challenge this, well, the information that we had got, and please just share. The next intrinsic data field or informational field, it's how efficient. Well, I made a question, since there's other people that are making or developing their own protocol of what would be the cures for the coronavirus. How efficient is the Quiche Foundation plasma protocol to kill the coronavirus? And it's giving me a rating of 30%. So comparison-wise, if we're getting a 30% towards the Quiche Foundation plasma protocol, and here we're getting over 98, 96, 94 on how efficient it would be to, with one of these AC5 equipments, broadcast the BP882 phages just to the affected areas or the people. That's a way higher percentage of efficiency than this protocol, but you make your own choices or decisions. Efficiency of BP882 encoded in plasma pendant protection for the wearer. And I have to generate the amplitude of that because that's a new intrinsic data field that we added since we have
what I'm
made a
making
video.
now and been making.
I'm gonna start making my exogenic fulgurites with this as a potentiation into the crystal.
Which I'm doing now. I'm broadcasting live. But it's getting blocked.
93.4%.
Slowly as I can.
Of efficiency for protection, not the cure, but protecting the people on the areas that are not being affected yet.
The body is taken into KELEA and enable them to push the intrinsic rattle of the coronavirus's receptor on the host cell.
And then these are 3 new word tunings that we just added since we've done the video. The next word tuning is efficiency of using BP882 encoded plasma pendant placed in water. So having the plasma pendant encoded with the BP882 and place it in the water container and drinking that water. People who are not familiar with what we do, this is modality that it's called dowsing. 96.8. And the efficiency, we have talked about this one, the efficiency of just simply broadcasting the coronavirus and indicating through the equipment to bring it to 0. And it's at 55.3, so it's just not enough from bringing to 0 the intrinsic data. Coronavirus, but you have to hit it with something that it would overcome or override that virus or just completely kill the virus. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go through all of these intrinsic data fields because the probabilities also change as, like we were saying in the previous video, on the moment that we are vocalizing these and putting it out to the collective consciousness, there's already resistance being built. So we don't expect the amplitude readings to be the same as they were 2.5 hours ago. But nevertheless, since the first video went...
It's interesting, no one's came on to watch, and I've invited a bunch of people. I know this is being shadow blocked hardcore.
Let me see my phone to see if you're actually being broadcasted. You're charging it.
Yeah.
Shadow blocked on Lenr, shadow blocked on Fakebook, shadow blocked on Yousteal. Shadow blocked for years. Before anybody knew what that was called.
Being sidetracked with the Super Bowl, whatever that is, you know, and just have people distracted on that, unfortunately.
And it's funny, it doesn't let me invite people.
Yeah, I see you. Let's see, that's me. So it says you're transmitting live. How do I? Can you only see live when you are in the app?
I should be able to watch it.
I can't.
Oh yeah, only an app.
I don't have the Facebook app. Well, anybody out there, if you're able to see this video, just say hi.
Hi. See myself in the picture, maybe Maria here saying that. Hi, Maria.
Anyhow, we're gonna keep doing this just for our sanity to make sure that I was gonna invite somebody like Sarah or somebody that I know they're on their phone. So the word tuning on how high is the probability of VPAA2 to kill the coronavirus when replicated on Ionic silver and then intaking the Ionic silver. 88.4. Wow, that's really similar. 88.3, 88.4. So the next word tuning is how high is the probability of BPAA2 to kill the coronavirus, period. .3. How high is the probability of the BPAA2 to eradicate neuropsychosis from individuals? When broadcasted the BPAA2 to them through the radionics equipment or the SC5.
Which is not radionics equipment, but there is radionics equipment out there.
Remember, this stuff is spread by vomit and diarrhea. Chinese are having to burn the bodies.
It's an aerosol.
Get your gear and stuff now. Right now we're broadcasting live to show other radioactive practitioners and get confirmation. And our findings, the stuff I've been talking about, the VP882, its ability to eradicate the virus that is coming and has been here.
This next word tuning is how high is the probability of the BPAA2 phages eradicating sarcoidosis from an individual when broadcasted?
Which is all T1 inflammatory diseases, diabetes, Alzheimer's, eczema, arthritis comes from sarcoidosis. That's what this coronavirus is a variant of, that's exploiting the vitamin D deficiency in the Asian population and First Nation population around the world.
So this is super high efficiency of 99.7. The next word tuning is how high is the probability of the BPAA2 killing the coronavirus when broadcasted to this infected individual. So if you have never seen any of our videos, the broadcasting would be done by acquiring a simple picture of the person or
a hair with
biological makeup that contains a lot of their genetic information.
That's why you gotta be
Super mindful of the things that you share.
That's why they make social media, because we scan people just through their picture or through their signature.
Or their thought, just of the thought of that person.
Thousands, baby.
So how high is the probability of the BPAA2 killing the coronavirus when broadcasted to the infected person?
Share this with everyone. Share this live broadcast so others can know. Get the information out there, guys. The more of us doing this and having this information into the collective consciousness, we can rid the human mammal and the mammal genome of these viruses. So if we just heal humans, it's going to eradicate all of our animals.
That's why they're just now figuring out we gotta start vaccinating them. Everything with the ACE2 receptor.
To be more specific on this one, since the word tuning had been messing with us, how high is the probability of the BPAA to eradicate from affected areas if broadcasted to that region? And the next one will be to the body of water. So $89.4. Previously we had gotten 88.4. So actually, like, the probabilities are kind of going higher. How high is the probability of the BPAA2 eradicated from affected areas if broadcasted to big bodies of water? And then the people in that area, they getting that water infused or programmed with the BPAA2. That's something that we're thinking of doing in this area. Up in the mountains, there's the water reservoirs that then everybody here in the valley, that's how they get the water.
We're on top of Mount Hope.
Quiche Foundation's bullshit.
I've been programming our water for the last 3 years with my tachymass crystals.
Stuff
Trying to get
spread
the
around the
area
world.
ready for what is here.
First case is already in San Francisco. It's just a matter of time for the virus to manifest. Doesn't mean that not any other people are infected. 96.2, so that would be an efficient method of replicating as broadcasting with the AC5000 equipment and the boys that we have, replicating or programming the BPAA2 phages into the water. The next informational field we're tuning is how high is the probability of the BPAA2 to eradicate the OC43, also known as coronavirus, from affected areas if broadcasted to it.
When we get a stick like Marcel Fogel, who made the liquid crystal display that we use on our screens and everything.
When we get a stick, it's called the galvanic response. It's an electric stimulus that goes through my fingers, and I really can't move my fingers no more. So that's how the amplitude reading is generated. And in this case, it's giving us a reading of 99.2 of how high the probability would be. So you can see it's pretty on track. It's really high probabilities. How high is the probability of BPAA2 eradicate OC43, also known as coronavirus, from affected areas if broadcasted? How don't we just measure that? Why is this so many times? Oh, because one was to the body of water. Okay. Just making sure. So if this would be broadcast, it's just to the area period. Like when we say broadcast it to an area, it can be done by a satellite map of the area, just writing down the name of the region, or the province, the city, or getting, what other way, getting, what is something bigger like that? Yeah, probably just with the satellite map or physical map, or a picture of a map that we can have from that area. So how high is the probability of broadcasting to the region? $95.1. And then one of the questions that we had was, when will be the date that the coronavirus outbreak would end if we get in the protocol of broadcasting the BPAA2 worldwide? is the amplitude not is super sensitive to, and here what we're doing is trying to find out the date. So the word that we're reading is the first two digits, it's going to be the year, and the point next digit is going to be for the month. So 2021 May 2021.
Not bad.
And previously we have got a reading
USA,
of March 2021. So that's the time frame. Another question, another word tuning, another question that we had was, when was the coronavirus originated?
We also asked with vaccines, and it was like 2023 or something like that.
Not where it came from, but when did it start? When did it get into the genome?
When it expressed itself, and here I'm getting a really sensitive stick on 2018, July 2018.
And before I said August, it's right there.
And as you can see, previously in the first amplitude reading column, we had a reading from 2018, August 2018. Another question that I had was, how efficient is the KISS Foundation plasma protocol to kill the coronavirus?
1 cup, 1 life, and their KISS plasma protocol that they're pushing and selling to people, and having people sell and give to each other, stating that the COO2 that they have gives the body enough KELEA to fight off against the coronavirus.
Since we hadn't seen many people or many of those people doing the experiments dowsing for their efficiency or their products, we decided to do it. We invite anybody that has any other information to share on the messages of this video. The reading that I'm getting on how efficient it is, it's 40% or 41%. So that's really not a high level of efficiency on treating the coronavirus.
Causes morons to be expressed by the bacterial macrophages
efficiency
inside
of
the disease.
the VPAA2 encoded in plasma pendant protection for the wearer, and this will be more of like a prevention.
Mutating it from swine flu to Blue Ear, from Blue Ear to PVSRV. And someone been sending me.
I'm not selling this stuff, I'm making it, and I'll give it to you. Send me your address. The more of this stuff we have out there, the higher the probability of defeating this stuff.
93.8. Efficiency of the VPAA2 encoded in plasma pendant placed in water and then drinking that water encoded with the VPAA2.
Send me his address and I sent him.
Getting 96.7. And the last one is efficiency of broadcasting the coronavirus as a negative tuning and indicating for it to come to 0. So instead of it being at 100 of how high it is, just bringing it to 0. How efficient would just be to target the coronavirus in that manner.
And that was in response again to someone after our earlier recording of this, the Mandela effect happening, and my wife losing the program out of the computer and the video getting deleted from my phone or grayed out. I'll be sharing the picture of such. That person had commented rudely of my wife's findings without dowsing themselves, so I responded to the person. The person removed their comment from the Ionic group section. Yep. Here we are. Testing.
Since the person just posted that question of, oh, why are you taking the time to scanning the probability or the efficiency of the VPAA2? What's the importance of that? Well, this shows the importance of that it wouldn't be efficient enough to just target the coronavirus as a negative tune in itself, but you have to send another intrinsic data field that actually has the ability to override that coronavirus, and not just because how viruses work is
Which
that
shows
once it feels
the
that it's
Don
getting
Paris-
attacked.
The Don Paris intrinsic data field updates will do nothing.
Because a virus is such an intelligent organism or entity that the moment that it senses that it's being attacked, it's a stealth adaptive virus, it's gonna mutate into something else. So
You have to keep with something that mutates with it. Henceforth, my algorithm that I wrote that shows fully autonomous self-organizing algorithms. I've been mapping this stuff for 25 years.
And it's just as easy as Googling BPAA2. You do it now while you can, before the information is taken from Google itself. Google BPAA2, and you're going to read that there's a newspaper article from, I think it's November 2018.
After I'd been publishing and showing my findings in group about what I've been pulling from the shungite plasma, and Maria's findings of what the amino acids that are in it and the life forms.
So this is what our findings are. If there's any practitioner out there, anybody that is studying the matter or looking into the matter or has any questions or any word tunings that they would like to ask, to maybe we could put as a word tuning if there's already cases in our area that we're not aware of. Anything that comes to mind, the information it's out there. It's just a matter of dowsing for it. So this is what we've been able to do. Again, this is our second video. The first video we did it 3 hours ago. I have not been able on my precious Sunday to go get my spring water because we've been here trying to put out this information. Anyhow, happy Sunday to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Love and light, everybody. Please share this, get this out, study it, learn it, also scan it. Get confirmations on your own, share them within group, share this with other radionic practitioners, other people that have the ability to meditate, psychotronics, psychopumps, whatever you wish to put your name to it. If you can generate the KELEA and broadcast and replicate and potentialize, please. Prove us wrong.
And again, we're not selling anything. If anybody's interested.
If you wish to have some, we're going to give it to you. We'll mail it to you. Please, prove us wrong. This is not a sales pitch. We're trying to help people. This is to get out to the world this information. I'm giving this freely, as people have always seen and received my plasma. I give this freely. This is not a sales pitch. Spirit has been showing me this. That's why I've been giving this information and sharing it and saying it before the news. And then all my posts are news that show what I've been saying before. That is truth. Facebook has been blocking my stuff, erasing shit off my phone. I keep getting these glitches where my Google Play goes funny. I'll get this weird little camera icon will pop up on my phone when I ain't downloaded no shit. And things go missing off my phone.
Micah's house,
We just had a Mandela effect happen to us.
And Kyle, and you had that whole video
Please.
happening in the back.
Others out there that have the ability to do what we're doing with our dowsing, and the way that we do our dowsing, with an SE5 or a focal crystal, or whatever, even you dark psyop operators, this will affect you too. You must understand that we must come together as one and hack this matrix and do an asymmetric war against these fools. Of open these portals and allow these entities in that are feeding off of our people that they see as viruses. They're not viruses. You see, listeria uses flavins. Everything has a flavin or a riboflavin inside of it, which enables these ailments to go from the gastric to the oxygenated lungs, up to the aqueous through the brain barrier, which means it goes into your brain, and if it can do such as you see when people get addicted to stuff,
4 different
foods and
liquids
other
that are in
things, it
the
is
brain.
because those entities have taken over their body and are using their body, like in the movie The Matrix, why that movie was made, because you were just a big-ass battery for these things living inside of you, why more and more of this stuff is being put in our foods. Share this.
What the hell happened to it? I was talking about when they went up to the space shuttle. No, I was holding it.
Oh, I can't hear. The mic.
Well, you go out of balance if you do not honor and
Blink
acknowledge
at that whole
the
thing where I was
information
talking about us, what
that has
happens,
been given to
how
you
things
from self.
attach to you, how your intrinsic radicals out of balance, how you get infected, how
Or
this
just
thing
inspired
attacks,
by other stuff.
how this stuff attacks your heart chakra,
Yeah.
how it's getting into the lungs and so forth. Let me see, like it doesn't let me see the albums or pictures I put up in group or in my own personal profile. It erased a lot of my stuff from earlier. Yeah. But I was able to find one of my things from the middle as I was titling this back in the beginning of January. Into December when I was watching the stuff, but I put 11/12, 11/17, 19, 12/1, 19, not 12/31, 19, 1/20, 20 for the beginning of it. You understand?
Yeah, like you put the dates on your title.
Okay. Another one that has the October date in it.
Yeah, because I remember we talked about it. Because you were saying about on the 6th birthday.
5th right here. Last thing in the video. So 11/28. These are the different clusters that stemmed off of the 17th. The person's being sick. That stemmed from that. The 2-week gestation. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's on there stating. That's on there saying that the virus.
Hosts and switches to replicating in humans. Well, this is a very different environment for the virus. And so sometimes what worked well in a bat doesn't work well in a person. And so the virus may take a couple rounds of mutations before it's able to function more effectively from a viral standpoint in the new host. This sometimes happens, but it doesn't always happen.
Still adapted virus.
So at the moment, no reason to panic, but you're closely monitoring the actual virus for how it might possibly change.
Exactly. There's no need to panic. I mean, there's no cases in the UK right now. It's very likely that over the coming days to weeks, there will be cases in the UK, but it still is no cause for panic because the virus is not spreading very effectively. We've got very good surveillance that we're now setting up, and so there's no cause for concern, but public health officials over the entire world are paying strict attention to what is going on with this virus over the coming days.
The copies that I had of this on Yousteal, they red flagged and took down.
Very near future.
Okay, Dr. Jeremy,
This and all the other stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's interesting. How you do that when it's your own information?
Let's see what the weather's going to do for you today. Kirsty is...
Situation, adding that medical supplies are very tight. It's a race against time for China to stop the spreading of the illness. There are now 41 confirmed deaths. The never-before-seen virus can provoke pneumonia-like symptoms, and it's already spread to multiple countries. Malaysia and Australia are the latest to confirm new cases. Here in France, 3 people have contracted the virus.
24th, now 41 today.
First for Europe, as France confirms 3 cases of the coronavirus, 1 in Bordeaux and 2 in Paris.
I sort of
All of the patients
been doing the math. I was like, no, dude, you guys are lying about
Health
this shit.
officials say the man in Bordeaux has been placed in isolation and is responding well. The patient is 48 years old. He returned from a trip to China where he spent several days. He passed through the city of Wuhan. He arrived back in France on January 22nd. Officials say they are in the process of retracing the man's steps. Meanwhile, the US has confirmed a second case, caught by a woman who had also travelled to Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak. Health officials were quick to reassure the public. She has not had extended close contact with anyone outside her home since returning from China and prior to admission to the healthcare system. for Disease Control said 63 people in 22 states are being monitored, and so far 11 people have tested negative. Though China has shut down 13 cities and is rapidly building a new hospital in a bid to control the outbreak, the virus has already spread, including to South Korea, Japan, Thailand and Singapore. Dozens of people have died. Hong Kong officials say they're seeing more people with symptoms.
We try to limit the risk of spread to the community. For the 2 confirmed cases, I think we have been doing this for the moment. Yeah, but we have to see the other 2 cases if they are confirmed subsequently.
In response, countries around the world are stepping up screening measures at airports and encouraging anyone who's been to China who feels ill to visit a doctor.
A devastating earthquake has killed at least 20 people in Turkey and destroyed hundreds of homes. A
Of course, the cell is used to catch violent criminal, and I'm not sure that is the initial goal, but this
It was interesting.
One of these tax prep services lets more people file for free. Is it TurboTax or H&R Block?
One confirmed doctor in Wuhan hospital.
Workers have just days to flatten this land and construct a 1,000-bed health centre on this 25,000 square metre site.
The gentleman that tried to warn the world. He passed away. That's when he succumbed to the virus. And the other gentleman that passed away a couple months later, they got sick at the same time. And the other one that ended up changing, that changed colors from the Zyklon B shit. Not like the Thraxin something, the hyperpigmentation reaction. That was when my video was taken down when I was correcting the quiche people, because that was in May. And quiche was telling people that they were going to return to Africa bullshit. And the other, but that gentleman had just recovered from getting sick in January with a gentleman that had just passed away. That was the one that tried to warn the world.
Wuhan City. It's part of China's urgent battle to control the spread of the coronavirus.
It was done on purpose to
3
see if their
bodies
response
covered
would be
with
able to do it.
blankets have been lying in the packed corridors of a hospital in Wuhan. As
What
more
I said,
cases
give
are
confirmation
reported
all
around
the
the
videos
world,
that have been
done on
put on
it's not
Facebook.
clear
What are you
how
seeing
many
now?
people
It was
could be
bioweapon.
infected.
At the beginning of any outbreak, you would focus more on the severe cases and you will have more of those, and then maybe we are missing some mild cases because people will just be a little bit sick and will not be ever tested, and they will recover.
Many streets and markets are empty in Wuhan, where the first outbreak emerged, and all public transport has been shut down. Cases of the coronavirus
December 12th is the first groupings of this 10-day gestation between December 2nd, but they waited and lied and said no one can get sick from it at doctors.
I wanted to communicate about the fact that the patient who was hospitalized in Bordeaux and talked about on social networks is indeed a confirmed case of the coronavirus. For travelers coming back from China, it's important to check oneself, and come the first respiratory symptom or fever, you should go to the emergency room or call a doctor.
New Year celebrations have been cancelled in cities across China, including the capital, Beijing. Shanghai Disneyland and parts of China's Great Wall will be closed. But millions of people have been travelling both in China and abroad ahead of the New Year celebrations, increasing the risk that the virus may spread further.
I don't think this virus has been properly controlled. I just came back to China. I read a lot of news on internet. I'm not very satisfied with how the government prevented and controlled the disease. I'm very afraid of getting infected.
Now it's on China and health experts around the globe to track and halt the fast-spreading infection. Laura Manley, Al Jazeera.
Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Scott Heidler. He's at one of the events in Beijing that has been canceled because of the virus. So, Scott, tell us more about this, the scaling down, really, of festivities for Lunar New Year.
Yeah, we're at
They
Deacon
shut
Park.
down
This is
internal
right in
travel
central
and
Beijing.
allowed
Now, this
international.
would be normally the first day of Lunar New Year. This would normally be very crowded behind me. Actually, there was a fair, a Lunar New Year's fair, that was planned here, and obviously that has been canceled. Now, this is something we're seeing right across China. Movie theaters shut, disinfecting of subway trains on an hourly basis here in the capital, Beijing. We know in Shanghai they've closed the movie theaters, and festivities that would normally really be crowded this time of the year. This is a big, big celebration here in China. Those have all been shut down. Obviously, worried about some people that might be infected by this coronavirus but have yet to show any symptoms.
All right, and also this centralized medical observation center. This has been announced for people coming from Hubei province. Tell us about that.
Yeah, there's one province down in the south, close. It's an island province close to where the epicenter is, but not bordering it. They are taking the protective measure of putting anyone aside who's been to Wuhan in observation, medical observation for 15 days. That's a step we haven't seen in other provinces. Also, what we're hearing in Wuhan, this is the epicenter, the city, the epicenter where these first cases were discovered. 450 military medical personnel have been sent down there to help deal with this crisis. Now, something that was interesting, just yesterday, the government here has put the observation and the organization for this coronavirus epidemic into the cabinet's hand, the cabinet of the government here. That's something that kind of escalated the situation. We also know that a special team has been created that's going to be led by a scientist who championed the SARS epidemic back in 2003. So obviously very seriously being taken here in China. But right now, as you can see, would normally be a very crowded park here in central Beijing, shut down.
All right, Scott Heidler with the latest in Beijing. Scott, thank you. A powerful earthquake has struck eastern Turkey, killing at least 19 people. Buildings collapsed near the epicenter of the magnitude 6.8 quake in L.E.N.R.
These people are sick with it. Copyright claiming took down my shit. May 17th video, there was nothing in it. That's just me and my wife talking. Copyright claim by what and who? From Douche Welle, who was blocked out on copyright ground. one view a week ago. Let me see the damn video. Video on USB. Huh.
Is that Russian though?
Yeah. I'll have to go to the email and see if I can see it.
News from Germany. I didn't hear no fucking news from Germany. Maybe a TV station. I think that people making up shit.
Yeah. That was just us talking.
I want to watch the video of the 17th and see what.
It won't let me see it. The 17th. That was those of us talking and coming out of our argument, honey. The 17th, I skipped and put up all the other stuff, and that was me and you talking about L.E.N.R and all the other stuff, and you bringing in that childish shit that you always do when we fucking talk. I skipped and put that stuff right there. The next video is right there. The next video is fucking... So. It's not doing the normal thing as it does where it lets me see the shit. So, don't forget, they stated such. I got my videos back up and my thing because these people lie. Right? Description. There it is. They don't like it. There's 61 views. I just changed the title to this. Not once did I say anything about code. I call it for what it is. How to kill it, eliminate it, so on and so forth. Motherfuckers took my channel down for it. Channel's still up though. Right? Top here. As I said her, been talking about stuff. Yeah, they want to block things. Yes. 27 times someone has watched. Your reality is outside your box. And I got a thumbs up.
I was gonna watch it yesterday, but I was really wrapped into what the teacher was saying.
Pamela, dude. Yes. That's just beautiful since they started to recount on these. All these are new views.
Yeah. Reset it from 0.
Yeah. Wow, 50 times the video has been seen of me and Jamie talking. Crazy.
Have they taken down yours and Wesley's? In the back porch of our house? When he talks about his back?
Yeah. I have to re-upload it. I uploaded that with the butterflies and the caterpillars information. You, Thomas, and everybody's got uploaded, but here's some Thomas's right there. It's not in the video loop anymore. day I was making the plasma. These ones are on the Chilean miners. Somebody the copyright claim on a hoopla for my shake. Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, they love their own channel.
I'm part of Sufi Life. But yeah, I got a copyright on the thing. I'm like, what? How was that? That's my teacher. I'm part of Sufi Life. Henceforth, the pictures and other things that I shared talking about fucking the night of Ascension and everything, and sharing with people. How do you think brother became Muslim? Angel. The information I was sharing. The information I had was posting. You understand? These ones are on the Chilean miners. Things that they talked about. How they lived and how they're found. It's non-locality.
Thinking about all together.
So Bella was being silly the other day on the video. She was like, "Man, the water and so on and so forth." And she forgot about this, living this. I was like, "But I got a video of you seeing the water and it being jellied and so on and so forth and doing all this crazy shit. You don't remember that? Remember the other day when you was talking about the water?
Oh, my observations on how the tension.
Yeah, the water tension was able to keep up stuff that it shouldn't be able to and other things like that.
Things with a heavier weight or a heavier density.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the thing. I said, "You remember the night you had a thing and you couldn't get the fall off? It's recorded. It's right here."
So why was I being silly?
The verbatim that you used in the afterglow of stating such thing, I was saying, what do you mean? We have it recorded. You were asking, where is there pictures of other people having stuff? And I stated, we have it. I haven't been able to find anything like that. That's why I'm documenting the stuff that I'm doing. And you're stating what you said, so hey, wait a minute. You don't remember living and it being recorded. The question you're asking. Granted, I had to try to find that video. Hopefully they haven't deleted it or put a red thing on it like they've done all the other fucking things. Or it's just you and I talking. And being kids like they've done with hell of this shit. March. This is done. 9 views, 1 likes here so far. Number 4 on the military chain rainmakers. What's nice is they have all this stuff illustrated. You understand? I read all this stuff out. Everyone's all, if you go into the things, it's red page. Wake up. Now this right here, well, I was saying I gotta redo it because it's non-locality. Samples. That's a sample from this guy, if you remember. It was the after effects or the L.E.N.R explosions and aggregates that were coming off of the ion smacking into the anode or the cathode and making from the cesium and the silver making platinum. It's a byproduct in a sense, the colloidal byproducts that were off-gassing out of the vent that I had made for the Lenr experiment, if it actually was creating something, be it that the reactor I still have, it's dry, but that core is still sealed and still has the plasma in itself reacting. So I know you're busy, you're not supposed to talk with your buggy until 12.
henceforth will I put my stuff up, because the other day I got frustrated because you said you should do that at night. So if you do it at night, I can't work at night. And if your morning until noon is stuck, then I can't do shit. Right? Henceforth will I put up. Right after 12. There you go. Just bugging you because you stated that the other day. And you've here been recently using my witness 5 to balance yourself and balance your client, Kathleen, who hurt herself having belly fat extraction with fucking laser, and boom, like that, she felt what my plasma induced with your scalar healed. Otherwise, it don't work that way. Doing the neuroinductive modifying. I'm gonna be running the butterfly at the same time. Upgrading our offensive maneuvers.
Underwater, the thing is really interesting. It's like it does not spill. Like seriously, like I moved it all the way to the edge, and it won't spill. Like the water just bubbles, it won't spill. Or it should spill. Do you see that? Like the water should be spilling. And it's not. It's like making a bubble. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
And these completely like recoagulated.
Scanning to see what that is good for.
Never seen water behave this way. This is the water is shy, like doesn't want to go over the edge.
See that plasma going even higher. Plasma making plasma back into plasma from plasma. KELEA water. Great purple. I get a connection like that. Extract cesium and smash it in the AG. Get platinum. Easy gold smelting in this place. Smash it through it. Like that. Ryan's investigating the properties of the top on the stuff from this guy that got a phase back explosion, as you've seen, of live action cold fusion. Cesium plus HHo reactor. Pull some little blue balls from off the top and scanning. Since yesterday, this has lost that much water as you can see from the water line. Excessive heat, excessive water loss.
These are the things I kept trying to get your attention to. But hey, look, this is what's going on in those $1 million.
93 million volts. Plus 18 watts. Induction 40 amps. Plus 1,000 watts.
Power infused in very little, a millivolt, a micron and mole.
Really gelatin state of water.
Element zone, exclusion zone water.
Yep.
I've been doing this for years, man. I've been waiting for you to like pay attention and look at it too.
Gelatin state.
That's why you're hearing the video of my cousin going, whoa, it's the clearest water I've ever seen.
And they took that video down too. Where you saw it. Said you seen all the stuff they seen and all that stuff.
It's a fun experience. And it's the water that's inside your body. As you heard in the auditory from the people. The model of Earth's resonance and the model of how the human body is the model you heard from 1963. And the model that you're working with has been around since
the way they see the body,
1863.
all that kind of stuff, but idiots are still going by the other, whatever the fuck that shit is. You know what I'm saying?
Since you got it on your head, you'll be able to scan it. Otherwise, you weren't able to stick with it.
Haha, because you went with the vibration. Started with the comprehending. My understanding loose as a tape, trying to look back at you.
I have the space on the phone to do a live scan showing. I'll let you guys watch it anyways. If you wish to know, I'll take pictures. Get out the operator, Maria. If she wishes to share with you guys. I got this on doing and running that. So. The buoy. On a cloud that's floating and growing here. The byproduct of my Lenr. Maria was just explaining to me. Can you test it?
And I couldn't pick up any readings of intrinsic data fields of words in software. But I put the wording in like CC and 133. And still nothing. And then on the way up from 0 to 100, and from 100 to 0. And the tide is just speaking out. What's the opposite of speaking?
Flip. Yeah. Have you ever encountered that with my plasmas?
No, with yourself or no?
Unlike with Eric's child too, when I tried scanning him, I couldn't get like no reading.
Like I said, there's those of us that can block the shit. Okay? I'm trying to get other people like myself. You understand? Because America goes, oh, radioactive is out there and intrinsic data stuff and dowsing.
That's what I told you.
But they don't know about how to block it. Right?
You have to get your resonant with it, man. It's such higher vibration than the.
You can do that, you're a motherfucking powerful nigga. Ain't nobody can fuck with you. Right? You ain't gotta be shielded and put in the ground. You gotta have all this stuff fucking around and still you. Do you? No. You're Neo. You tell motherfuckers what to do. Give me my shit back, nigga.
You won't find it.
I'm tired of
Even
hiding.
though it has, while you're able to see it, and it's floating on the top. So you took the stuff that's floating on the top skim, but its resonance is only at 40% vitality. But yet everything I've ever made is at 95 is the lowest I've ever allowed.
But also sodium chloride, it's 41 or 49.
And there's no salt in there.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you got? Salts from the what? The Lenr, honey. Like the channel
How's
is
it being
talking
made?
about. That's why I keep asking you kids that been to school and all this. How's it being made?
Electricity.
Where does the
No
carbon
salt.
come from? Where's the salt? I won't give up. Come on, man. You said you weren't gonna give up.
As described in Tom Perry stuff.
Described in all the videos I've placed on the channel to help people understand. I've met all the mutations and there's even greater stuff out there.
The KELEA water, like Dan Winters and everybody else talks about.
You guys wanna come this way, or you
Plasmatic
wanna keep
water.
blocking my shit and telling me it's fake? Wasting bazillions of dollars on other people's shit. I don't want no money. I'm just
Gotta raise that in two sweet.
We can do this right here. We can go past this.
As you sensed, I said it. Expensive. You gotta get it on your hand, or you won't get a stick. And you gotta talk with it. It's sentient. Just share with you its secrets. You have to ask the right questions. Otherwise. Remember the little girl with the intertone tubes? Stop with the lot. Color that fine. It's not red. It's not purple. It's not gray. It's just noir.
It's just power. Power. Don't be a Jedi and don't be a Sith. Just be power.
Good interaction.
Positive and negative always fight each other because they always think each other's right. Spirit. Ascend. Do the title. Crazy, the age restricted this. Don't know why. Did I don't have my shirt on? Posted this. Maybe right there. Cuss word in the description. But explaining to people what's going on. I posted this in over 100 different military groups and so forth. So notice age restricted based on community guidelines. No cuss words, no funky rap music, nothing. But, I'll show you something. Explain what's going on.
I'm seeing your reactor. Your other reactor. Oh, you're measuring the electromagnetic radiation. You're putting your hand up, and yeah, it was beeping, and it goes harder beeping, like more alarming, the more radiation as you get closer to it.
Even though it's on my positive, it doesn't react unless I project energy towards it. How is that? If it's on the fucking reactor.
Connecting with it.
Look at it. It's called a magnetic dimmer. Draw them out and I explain them to you fucks always.
Remember you stated you get a slick stick on me unless I allow you in.
I want to make money. He got me in. So he said, come on, a little further. Walked out a little further. Then he had it right around to this area. The stronger area. So this old man crazy. He making money, but he crazy. He said, come on out a little further. He came out a little further. It was right in his mouth. My man like, I'm about to go back in here. This guy is mine. So old man said, I thought you said you wanted to be successful. He said, I do. He said, walk a little further. He came, dropped his head in, held him down, held him down. My man getting stretched, held him down. I got you. I know you brushed him. He had him held down. I need you for an illustration. He had him held down just before my man was about to pass out. He raised him up.
So what are you seeing there, honey?
He said, I got a question for you. Somebody answer the question for me.
Well, before you grab the, you were studying that meditation tool with the light bulb, and you put the wire wrapping coil that we had done on the lid, and then you're now doing again magnetic dimple.
It's crazy, kids. So anyhow, as you see, that thing's on and active. So showing Lenr magnetic dimple. Magnetic dimple. Magnetic dimple. Fifth reactor. All of them are in resonance. Sarcoidosis is a lung disease. My family and everyone. This reactor's producing some really beautiful GANs. That makes my sperm in. The other ones too. These guys made to advertise and all the other stuff. These GANs. It's still alive. Still brewing in containers. Several years later. Ow. Spermatica. Sperm live outside the body for years. So they help someone. If you see on the videos, it only takes 15 seconds. Just get in the field. Like the description. Get this the EMF reader. Other people stop on the line when they get an EMF reader by their stuff. It goes off. Mine's on. Unless you react with the plasma filled with yours. Like the fuel. My stuff melts whenever I want it to. You react with your soul, as you've noticed in everyone I've allowed to use it. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to flame on a piece of glass and do shit. Like I've shown in videos when they took them down. That was the best time you loved feeling all that. And all we did was argue. Just like that. Anyway, guys, I love electronics. I know that my eyes see. Those around me that believe doing such in my positive way. You gotta take a big ass piece and remember this connects with the wind outside. I breathe the conversation. How is that not making that shit fall into the shop? Put it in the bottles. And that's just what reactors next to it. Quantum dots and so forth. And make big things big like that. And they get you breathing. The other way you can get that way, that's super high. Just close my mind down. Yeah. Love it. Idea. To reality. Sweet. Come on, I gotta make my ass. I got
And something else will take its place. If I quit, however, it will
Guys online, their stuff, their GANs and other things like that. Their stuff comes up with radiation on it. Radio frequencies. Mine doesn't. You seen it?
Happy blue star in your
Come
jar.
on, you're hot boy. What was a gimmick or a trick? 1,500, 2,000, 2,400. It's all about that magnetic stuff coming off that gets you the deuterium and the tritium to refract properly, going into the H2 to H3 to H4. Higher diamond cavitations on the plates.
Visualize it as healing.
Energetics.
Whatever that it's in you, that
And you
it
get
should
transmuted.
be for your higher good.
Like my wife said.
Taking it out.
It's straight. Transmutes, phosphorylates to the water in your body.
Standing still.
Yeah, moves you. Working on Skyrim interface. Making a sensor with the magnetron.
And we got a fan blowing on
Exactly,
gas.
know exactly.
Would you like some water?
When to declare that. They're getting explosions inside, which I did. I figured out exactly the harmonics and their frequency. It's very easy. As you see. 176. That sweet spot, because the way my eyes see, I don't see like normal people. We put it right there.
Charged, electrified.
I'm putting this, liquefying it, putting it in there. Also, this is pure shungite GANs, which those guys, they're selling GANs with shungite, but it's black. Their GANs of shungite doesn't even have the Perez effect, which liquid shungite, before I get it to that, has a Perez effect of green. Which I have no idea what they're doing. But this, if you understand how carbon is done and how you can plasmoidal it, is you unchain the dodeca. I don't know. Kind of tired. You unchain the carbon atom, or the fluorine, and you get it to where you can encapsulate gases and other things.
That's self-healing.
It's beautiful.
Because nobody has touched you, nobody has done anything
Because in
on
my
you,
eyes,
but you
and
interact
seeing
with the
things,
plasma,
as you see,
which is usually
there's the dimple. As you get into the
Nice.
range frequencies, those like I showed you in the first video, turn that thing off. That, when you zoom into it, go like such and do complex. Like the Pavlov. Pavlov. Hey. This dude.
You're almost done fixing it. Just for fucked up weather patterns. Hey.
You're aware why all the people around here all whacked out and shit. There's only two of them things in the whole world. That's what I was showing, even into the sun, with this camera. This to my forehead, zooming in, using my gifts and my scalar wave oscillator plates that I have created. You can zoom in really good and see what's going on under the light and so forth in life. So, these guys' energetics is out like such, like these bottles, interacting with your interstitium, Ionic species, and biophotomodulation. Also key to making these things, if you wish to pay attention, is the frequency in which the plates vibrate, because you're doing a sound healing, and you wish to get the hydrogen model
wants to go to where you have good surface plasma and resonance. But depending on how you do such, you can get the teal to red gold, if you're into that. I'm more into the archaea that eat the electricity and shit it out. They're the sentient ones that I grew that worm. Better after a life in itself. Low energy nuclear reactions. And lattice enabled nuclear reactions. These guys here doing re-entrainment. You got my valves, some type 1, type 3 in silver. Some anthracite with some good serpentine mixes. You know they say Precambrian light started in serpentine beds. That's chatoyance. That is in tiger's eye and serpentine. The hair, the tubulins. Anyhow. 1 second, please. The different archaea that are in here, you have Infusio chaos worms, and a new subspecies that was found in 1982 in Russia. Remember what I was pulling out of something that is supposed to be a solid crystal. They were subclassified. They're not part of the Infusio chaos spectrum. They live in freshwater. I'm gonna try growing some in some motor oil, see if they'll eat it. Mix it with moldavite, poolicite, and some halite opal. I can do 2 of these reactors. The grandchildren of those are in the fuel cell now I'm using. See if we can get a tritium boost, get it to fire. Infusing worms like you've seen in the picture, they're very interesting. They have a crazy spirit to them. I don't know, I should have died from herxing, but I guess because of my overactive immune system from sarcoidosis and low sodium count, because I don't eat sodium or salt in my diet. It's very interesting. It's quite interesting. Hold on a second. My wife, what it did to her, does do those things. But anyhow, the other thing is, the ammeter. Remember it was 18.8 volts at 0.76. Ions. It's going down. Now calibrating back up. As I blow out negative ions in exchange of the warp of my body, the environment, depending on what heavy side out, is potentiated, or with a prayer, it will go down or up. Or say if you burn sage, it will go up. Burn Palo Santo, it goes down because the ion factor in doing the resonance. Like that one up there is Plasmodium. Why the samurai blacksmiths use carbon, another incense while they do their stuff. Yousteal Fulguritic. Natural form of things like that. Interesting, I guess you would say, life that grows in there. It's one of the reasons why they're gonna have problems on Mars, because they hide it. There's a type of fungal archaea that eats aluminum.
Come into the shop, teach you guys how to do this. We got many videos, hours with the macro lens. Up close.
Many of them down.
Really interesting.
So I gotta make more.
Like the black here, you have the carbon nanoparticles organizing themselves. It's gold protein here doing the same. Plasmiums of this. Very interesting. So I'll show you something. The difference between plasmium resonance. Why you see them is because of the electrostatic charge that hits the center of them because they're dipole. Like you're seeing with the way that I charge that. The center positive is dipole.
Keeps people don't talk this way, even though he's supposedly a scientist.
Understand that when it's to spend billions of dollars and take our money.
What's wrong with you people?
That does as such.
Do videos without cussing and everything. Y'all still take shit down.
See how the light, I don't know if you can catch it.
Let idiots get people to drink Drano.
How the light actually shines on the outside of the glass.
Look.
Through the can.
Never seen that in person, huh? Trying to get you to pay attention.
In person you can see it. But what you see is the light being refracted from the bottle through the bottom of the glass. But in person, what you see is the outside of the glass lighting up like a flashlight and then refracting off the can and back at you. It's quite interesting. Beautiful feeling. Nice logo. Put your hand up. I have a good display. You just might feel the refraction off the light from these guys. See the point of light? Can you feel that? Put your hand up. Put your hand up. Energetics is beautiful. I'll spin it. That's the magic of it. Do the left hand spin rotation. Heliocentrical. You get the hourglass going. There we go. Macro lens is epic, dude. It's a thing of crystals. That's why crystals feel good to you. You put crystals with this.
Yes or no?
Not quite.
It's amazing. So crystal meditations and so forth will be offered.
See, there's a comment into the video.
These videos
Brother
are
Tyler said I feel it.
to show people.
Awesome.
There is a green light at the end of the tunnel. We have a green method that I use to make natural
and everything.
It's archaic.
No
Chemicals. Not that weird stuff that the Quiche Foundation or the other nuclear physicists is doing. This is all natural. Thank you for watching.
No salts, no bullshit. Space program, explain this.
Everything has a work too.
Those around me, if they'd actually pay attention to the breadcrumbs on people form, they'd actually understand that whole life. A whole lot better. They're working, but they do. And their position in life.
Meditation, observation.
I'm finally done with the Stockholm.
Observation, be aware of your surroundings.
There has not been no learning curve at all for me, other than go with motion. It's done.
Through the top is your center. That's the little space where your soul's at. And you resonate with that up to the septonic field where your actual consciousness is.
Mommy said,
Like,
I feel like you were shocking me. Like everybody when it comes. I sit and I talk to myself on my phone. Go off and drink.
looking like? Again, the guys online, they don't have an SE5 to test their stuff either. They just tell you fishing stories. You know exactly where we're going. You know, if it's good for you or not. Allow your ego to either heal you or hurt you. It's a beautiful person that's getting their balance as they wake up in the morning. Now we broadcast green solar energetics made from ourselves, the sun and plasma, force of the sites. Broadcasting from top of Mount Hope. It's the world. Giving hope and light. A brighter future. As simple as just opening yourself up to yourself. Remembering what you are. Yeah, KELEA order. It's crazy that they put it where only 18-year-olds can see it. So watch this go from that because it didn't cover the part where I attached this gluconite to didn't get recorded.
Oh.
So it goes from that to that where I'm welding there.
Put in the other one.
To evolving it to that.
Dang. You can do like short speed up clips or something to do the progression.
To right there.
To like catching the eye, and then people can click and watch the whole video. Wow, that's really good definition. That's wild. Don't even look like the same thing.
What I like is those beautiful grains and so forth from the silicas.
Mm-hmm.
The same as you see when lightning strikes quartz. Shockwave lamella. Structures out in space. Keep your electric membranes. You can make your own sheets and stuff. Now the energy that's inside of this from making can also be harnessed. Make your own tritium and platinum. Infuse it in the glass and the ions coming out of this make power. From electric membranes you can make your own sheets and so forth. What do I know? I don't mean imagination. Keep the future beautiful. You can build your house or vessels or structures out in space built this way.
It's crazy. You can totally see like really well.
Wrapping around the silver drops on each tip of the
Wow,
kyanite.
that looks epic. Super thick.
On each tip of the kyanite on opposite sides, I
Mm.
put silver drops. And infused it and then capped them, made them into marbles. Interfacing with the body's lattice.
That glass is so liquid that it's so clear that it looks like silver, like liquid silver.
And so I put white clay over it. It's solid.
And no cracks, nothing. Like there's no inner cracks.
I put white clay in it to strengthen up the clear glass so that as I'm shrinking it down, the stuff gets stretched to keep it from cracking.
Like, yeah.
It's worth what that is right there. That glass. I take the white clay and put it over it.
And sort of like seals it like that. Or brings that silica and everything.
Binds it in. So remember, the heat reduction is gain. The wand is my negative. So as it colloids, it crushes down. But if you add more material to it, it won't crack and so forth. But it has to be interesting silicas that will reorganize themselves back into a non-silica of itself. Otherwise it shatters.
Yeah, in an amorphous way. That's badass. I'm so glad that you actually get to see it. You got great natural light.
So, from that end piece, but starting out as a moldavite piece.
Yeah, that base.
And that's what's the base of each piece of the kyanites right there is the moldavite. That shattered is the moldavite piece.
It looks like a ninja, like a fighting ninja with like blades. But then it turns into like a crazy thing. Kind of looks like a chicken, right? Crazy.
Imagine they make pieces just out of drips. You go through everything nice. Otherwise, as you've seen, it's dropping on metal. It should fall apart.
No.
But it's not falling apart.
Yeah. That's epic.
SE5 Plus from 1986, Intrinsic Data Field Analyzer. Harmonized board, so I can go back in time. Again, I have a worm that I brought back from this stuff from 2 billion years ago. But anyhow.
Upgrading paper. Trying to explain to people why things are gonna start getting goofy. this weather we've been getting, as other people's technologies counteract their
Pay attention what this shit can do to your brain. We're at ground zero. There's only 2 of them in the whole world.
5 of them now.
Fucking our brains up. All the tweakers and everybody here all burn out.
Age restricted. Huh?
Yeah. The antidotes. Things that brothers, people will learn, use them. Yeah. Reversing their technology. Here we got gold.
Cooking down all the
Beautiful
videos
gold
that I show how to
folds.
make this.
Put my proteins in that. Transmuting some. We got carbon and carbon. Type 3 tonight.
You know whose agenda is it? Because they're losing customers.
Scooterite. Type 1, type 3. Type 3, type 3, type 3.
Plasma being created makes longitudinal waves. EMF records transverse waves, right? When I emitted frequencies from my body, the EMF reader went off. As you've seen the static or distortion of a manifestation, say, of electricity there, even though there wasn't, unless projected out. I'm going to label this properly, make it for kids, so on and so forth. But like I said, these things are put here for likeness. If you actually went through and listened, like the group and other things, all this stuff, information I placed for you and others to understand my work that I've been trying to share with the world. Because as you see with the last 25, 30, 50 years, it's all very the same. If not, what they say is what they're finding is their findings, and showing them to keep going. I'm showing you that.
Okay. And another possibility is that the wave propagates just in the direction of one field pointer. That means in the direction of the electric field pointer or of the magnetic field pointer. And then we have an electric scalar wave or a magnetic scalar wave. Mm-hmm. Tesla always has used the electric scalar wave. We need to know that we have 3 waves. Electric scalar wave, which is propagating into the direction of the electric field pointer, the magnetic scalar wave, which is propagating in the direction of the magnetic field pointer, and the electromagnetic wave, which is propagating perpendicular to both.
Okay. Now, question. Now, is the scalar wave, is it something like a pointing vector? Is there a relationship between a pointing vector and the scalar wave? Or is this something different?
Yes, you see that we have a problem if we want to describe an energy distribution or energy carrying by a wave. Because the electromagnetic wave
does not compensate. You have to interject heavy side and planks, but those do not encompass and understand.
At the same point as the field point of the magnetic field is 0.
Mm-hmm.
So,
henceforth, unified field theory, you step in and it's
in the far
instant.
field of an electromagnetic wave antenna receive. Then, if both are 0, you have problems to explain where the energy
comes from.
Is.
Okay.
And this is why you need a trick, I would say, how to explain the energy, and this is why we are using the pointing vector. With the scalar wave, we don't have this problem because there is the angle between electric and magnetic field pointer is not 0, but is 90 degrees. And if it is 90 degrees, at the point where the electric field pointer is 0, the magnetic has its maximum, and other vice versa. You see, that means you never have the situation that both are 0.
Why you go
and
on
this
to
is
each
why
other.
the scalar wave always
to each other
is able to transport energy, while the electromagnetic field has not this property.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
So now the energy that's being transported in the wave is now carried in the scalar component. Is that how the calculations work out?
But he's
Yes,
thinking that there's a new wave created.
Yes, you see, it's not even wrong. I'll just say it's a bit more complicated. But let's try to explain it to everybody. So
There's face contradiction, but off from that happening, it's
There's your plate.
the capacitor.
No, there's your plate. Either your potentiation plate or that which is sending out the transference waves. No, which makes your scalar field, honey.
Standard is that you have a
transverse and set in a proper way. Why? Because the energetics that they're doing is coming off of the 45-degree angle. Making the zero, but then not making the zero.
Both waves in the wave equation explained, and both do exist. So
henceforth, why all this stuff has to do with communication patterns.
The one part which is transporting energy, or the other part which is maybe used for information.
Henceforth, why the dirty bomb plasmas that Quiche and them make and so forth do what? Knock out communication packets. It's how they brung down the drone. It's how the mirrors they were selling for €1,000 during the video that they showed the guy when he was presenting it to the world. Messed up the feed, the audio, then the visual aspect of it. Mm-hmm. And Quiche stated, we've already doing this, you're working on these frequencies knocking out such. Here, let's get everybody to fucking buy this stuff so that we can implement it and upgrade this stuff and make it a weapon, as you stated. Now the gentleman stated, I seen smoke come off my arm. I said, yeah, I've gotten that too. This says as such. I put that resonant field in the container and took pictures of what was inside. Henceforth, them fools copying my information that I presented and stated, if you do this, you get a world. Well, where's your picture showing what's in there? Or in between the layers of the water, and so on and so forth.
So we have both parts, you see, and it's up.
I done like I did for our oldest daughter, and presented all information I know in the field that which your gifts were, and laid them out for you, but still one not unwrapped a gift. You're looking at the tree and going, oh, I wonder what's underneath there. But the information to help you, which does not get destroyed by Jamie's, but actually gets
complemented.
Yes. Because it works within the same thing. Henceforth, while I was talking to her, going, you were putting heaviside equations and so forth and emphasis inside your work. Henceforth, why it took 22 years for them people to realize what you're doing. They recognize it. It now changes biochemistry to everything. Because that's now back into equations, back into thought form, back into fucking understanding and extrapolating things, and not the watered down shit where they fucked off his equations because they don't understand what the hell he was talking about.
As in, man just couldn't name it, but it's like.
No, they named the stuff. If you go through the old electrical books, it's beautiful. But you must have a background in metaphysics.
Yeah, or acceptance of that. If you don't, you just don't see you have it.
You're like, okay. You do see it happen, but You won't understand what's facilitating, because you gotta understand these people making this shit before the stuff we got now, just out of wood blocks and shit. They're making materials themselves, so what guided them and how were they able to do such? And why would one get away from understanding that those applications and things that they were using were dielectric fields and capacitors in themselves and other things, and waveguides, giving them an understanding that electricity travels on the outside, not on the inside of the wire, unless you make a certain type. You know what I'm saying? And then being able to see such, by having the emphasis on understanding of backgrounds and different things, of just literally just being outside, and not having other shit and stuff fed to them. There's a difference of that type of knowledge. And fourth wall show person, but I say make it your own. Like actually delve into it, make it your knowledge.
Yeah.
See the imperfections as you make it your knowledge, because it's your observations and will apply to you. The modalities that I have are completely different. And you'll see the differences of stuff. They did not do that as throughout the decades of supposedly finding stuff or saying this is how this stuff works. Henceforth the argument with Jim and other things, saying, okay, well, how the fucking transformer work, dude? Because they in themselves say they have no clue. The bar magnetics of the spinning rotator never enters the fucking primary coil. The stuff never interacts. So where is there an induction of more energetics than the 12 volts going in into the 120,000 plus that's operating at the other end of the mile of electricity from the mile of the water being cooled? Or you're stating it's inducted and so on and so forth doing such, but if you got those several miles of, if you have those several miles of coil wrapped in that capacitor or in that car alternator and so forth, if it takes 4 hours for 1 inch of travel for a molecule to go through a wire, how the fuck is that energy coming out of there? Well, if it's instant. It's just waiting. And it takes a while. There's a time it takes for that energetics to come through that cord. The cord's only fucking a couple feet. Yeah. In those systems, it's several miles long of wire. But if you read the stuff, and you read the stuff we're being taught now, this explains it. This fucks your head up.
And we go with one that fucks your head up.
You're like, huh? Why people die and shit gets electrocuted, and you always gotta have a clause of it's not my fault, or you overloaded the circuit, or some other shit. When what happened to that gentleman we seen in the thing? His shit blew up because it goes Lenr, because they still don't know how putting all the energetics in one spot. All it takes is a little speck of dust or a sound vibration to cause a lattice-enabled nuclear reaction with that much energy in one fold of space. It just takes the right nuclear decay to get all that lattice and that optimum information vector system controlling that dimple, and it goes.
Sounds so good.
But what can induce that also? These type of energetics that are natural but also unnatural that can be produced. So that man come within a beam that was being sent at that place, or a beam that's being sent out of that place. You understand? That was the first thing that came to my mind. Was, oh shit. Especially with an energy weapon just happening, direct energy weapons happening in America at the White House last week. And those consulates having that kind of weaponry, and the police department having that kind of weaponry. They hit just right. Those things that make it where you don't want to stand out there and take pictures and shit that they got agitating people. You know? On a simple term, like the spikes they got on the side of the building that cut the pigeon's feet off. Because they don't want the pigeon out there. But they call it humane.
Antenna, which part will be maximized, and which one we want to use, you see.
Okay.
And we, if we calculate the scalar wave part, which is the longitudinal wave part, if we calculate this for a standard antenna, then we calculate with the speed of light, and then we get the result that this wave has nearly no energy any longer if the distance is longer than, let me say, the wavelength divided by 2p. That's about a sixth part of the wavelength. It's not very far. This is what we are using now with RFID systems, you know.
Oh, okay.
And this is as well what the MIT is using, because they are propagating wireless energy transmission as well, and they are using the magnetic part.
Now, you developed some technology a few years ago based on Tesla's technology
That
here,
still carries
and
information
you
from the
assembled
body.
this in a kit. Now, is this available commercially, or how do you go about selling this?
Yes, you see, it was a long way till we reached this point. First, I have pointed out that the Maxwell field equations, which are the basis of electromagnetism, they put these scalar parts, these scalar wave parts in the wave equation to zero, because well, if you describe it in a mathematically way, this is the divergence of the electric field potential. They put it to zero and say
try to mix it together and put it with pointings, which is the EMF reader, which is the after effect.
Parts anymore.
And then wasn't talking about the after effect.
Because the divergence of a field
talking about the observation itself.
It's a scalar part in the wave equation, and this counts why we call it a scalar wave, you see. Okay, and as Maxwell equations do not describe it any longer, but I have to explain that the original Maxwell equations described by quaternions, the original
stuff, like me, like I stated, I
describe scalar waves, but
then I come across stuff in super high def bullshit, and I'm like, holy shit, we're talking about the same stuff.
New mathematical description by Professor Gibbs was the one we are using today, direct analysis, and this description, when this was used, they changed the original Maxwell description into the one we are using today in textbooks. And this description is without scalar waves, because there had been this quarrel, this fight between Heinrich Hertz on the one side, the founder of the founder of the electromagnetic wave, who has shown that this wave exists, the first, and on the other hand, Nikola Tesla, who has shown experiments that the scalar wave
albeit that it's been hidden, you bring up anything as such, and you seem like your daughter's the magic person.
It was very heavy because everybody said he was right.
That's why you see it in Europe and you don't see it.
Hertz said, and his
but you see the military using it here.
Participants said he is right, and Tesla said no, he's wrong, I'm right. So at the end, now I know that both were right, because in the wave equation you have both solutions. But at that time, they said only the Hertzian wave is proved, and we only want to use this wave, and this is why we put the other one to zero.
Okay.
That is the problem we still have today. that if you put the wave to zero you want to use, then you can't use it any longer. You can't. You are not able to construct a measurement equipment to measure this wave. So this is the situation.
Now, is there any test equipment available that can measure the scalar wave
Yes, you see, we had just this problem at that time, and I have shown that if you expand the Maxwell theory, then you are able to bring back these lost parts of the scalar waves back into the field description. And this expanded theory I have developed and I have published in my books and in a lot of papers. These expanded theory is the basis, and I wanted to show that this theory is right, and that's why I have developed equipment, a device, just to show that it is right, and that was the point when I started the experiment to repeat the experiment.
Change that for kids. Top bear.
And it's where you used to put your pack here. But they picture the pericardial meridian somebody's.
Mm-hmm.
And they talked
And that's where I'd always have people put their plasma and where I'd come up. Like what, brother? Because he had the lawyer that got all stupid and gave him back his stuff. Do you understand why I did that to him? And how I was able to? The dyes are the biophosphorylation if you communicate with such, as I was showing in the video that I had you watch. What's coming from my hand causing refraction for the pointing meter to pick up. You know what I'm saying? And why I always put my stuff in the places. And I explain to people how my eyes see. And I put an inductant wireless charging pad right there. Or they just figured out.
3 months ago, they were able to see
Well,
it,
that's
and
that
they
on the
measure
forearm.
the speed, and they measure the velocity in which this is traveling, and bodily fluids, and what it has to do as a pneumatic system on its own, different to how the lymphatic system works, and different to the sympathetic system and parasympathetic system. Super interesting. All Chinese people, scientists.
But yeah. And I just got to picture it. My grandpa's been doing my work for my life.
Trippy.
Showing and placing.
And we're constantly, reality, we're constantly glowing like that. You don't need no fucking dyes. It's already with the activity and information. If you have all of these centers open or channels open, it's, I think.
You can see it.
Yeah.
But that's how we communicate, as I've been stating.
By phosphorylation.
And through the different mixings of those lights and sounds and so forth, how we convey and we interchange with each other. So let's see, is this video good for kids?
The past 2 days, we've been in a symposium titled the Infinite Consciousness Conference. Nice. And today, Stuart Hameroff has joined us and will be speaking to us a bit about the presentation that he's done here. And Stuart, so I've spoken to some of the other researchers and scientists who are here, and the general opinion is that you and your work are probably at the forefront of the material sciences research into consciousness. If you could define for us a bit about who you are, your background, and also what the central question that you're posing in your research is.
Well, thanks, Betsy. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I got interested in consciousness when I was an undergrad.
Something that should intrigue you, be it that I had asked you to stop being in a lower consciousness form and reach out to those, be it that in the physical form they're not here, but consciousness is still able, And in your physical form, you were not there to, as you would say goodbye. Well, say your goodbye if you wish to, or keep the conversation going. You know what I'm saying? And this is about consciousness and so forth, but yet I don't know if that changed your illustration of consciousness. What am I speaking of for people to understand? I'm recording. What am I speaking on for people to understand, or are you confused on what I'm asking you to speak on? Since this is talking about consciousness. And you live in America, and you came from a country that's half a world away in Argentina, and family members had passed away.
Yeah, so when I got, soon after we had acquired the SE5.
University of Pittsburgh, in a philosophy of mind class. I was interested in physics. I went to medical school and was oriented towards brain stuff, neurology, psychiatry, neurosurgery, but eventually wound up in anesthesiology, partly to study how anesthesia works as a way to understand consciousness. But in medical school, I worked in a cancer lab and studied mitosis, how cells divide and how the chromosomes are pulled apart by structures called microtubules, mitotic spindles, and centrioles that are made of these polymers of proteins, proteins called tubulin, that
are controlled.
I sent you this video, the one that we watched when we went to after Clear Lake, when we were driving through the redwoods at night, and it talks about how you literally lose consciousness with anesthesia, but the toxic reality of talks about the reality of anesthesia and right hand span and left hand span, and it also talks about like that type something 6 and 7. There was like 6 and 7. Wasn't it the lithium? What was it that it saw in this video? It's talking about. I can't remember exactly what it is that it's talking about. But at the time, or protein. Let me see. Let's see what it's talking about.
What were you saying? What were you saying?
Oh.
So his consciousness is on microtubulin resonance. And what is consciousness?
But then
Instead
I think
of understanding that microtubulins are resonators that receive and transceive and transverse, but yet he's looking at anesthesia because there's even anesthetics on the sense of, say, how much olive oil will make you be knocked out. Anesthesia is anything that makes the microtubulins, which are hydrophilic, or allow water in.
To stop that transmission.
Therefore, you're anesthetized. As I was communicating with you, in the sense, if your father has no memory, then he anesthetized himself. Therefore, the reactions that your mother had and what he was having a movie clip moment. He was not there. He was somewhere else, and something else was there. Something your mom likes. Hello? Otherwise, one does not place oneself in a manner to where that she said she wishes to die with would not make the vessel is filled with something else. Hello? Henceforth, why is alchemy? Henceforth, why these fools are finally starting to kind of wake up to that. It was the first and only thing that these motherfuckers wanted sold. Alcohol. Hello? So, you were doing what? You were doing a non-locality field.
You scan my grandma.
Rest in peace. She had passed away. My wife had been sitting here sulking, and I seen the energetics and asked her, and poked her in a fucked up way of, why are you being so stupid and silly? If you do the work that you do, and you're married to me, understanding any little bit, and you state that you do, then please reach out and not think that, again, the patent for these things to work are patents of communication. People don't understand what you can communicate with if you actually truly wish to attenuate your dendritic microtubulin growth too, because it's the operator that's able to operate in these modalities. It is not the feather or the device. henceforth like a tarot card reader or someone always getting stupid shit that has to do with relationships, if that's what you wish to attenuate your radio to.
Every person that comes is going to be on that note.
And be a self-reflection of self and mess up your own relationships, and it'll just be echo chamber algorithm. So I asked my wife to expand your consciousness. Reach out. In Sufism, in Nachbani Terika, in Sunnah, there's a such thing as reincarnation. Henceforth, intrinsic knowledge. Henceforth, intrinsic muscles. You don't have to think to breathe because it's not your first time here. Therefore, talk to yourself in the future if you wish to stay in consciousness, or in reverse.
But in other time constructs at the same time happening, like, I don't know. So true.
As my asthma flows, as I chastise my wife on asking, why would you ask your grandmother something in the sense of if she's passed over into a thing of bliss or gold or heaven, or if there's any such thing as such, or if she's around, or what the hell's going on, because with word tuning you can ask whatever you wish. It's a conscious interactive device like your consciousness is in your body and this world. But people forget that and stuck in the indoctrinated, domesticated, observational blockade of enclavement of thinking.
Well, you either go by what other people are telling you, or you go by your own observations. But at the same time, even if you go by what other people are telling you, or you can go by your own hypothesis too. Like I had, till that point that I had talked to my grandma who had passed away, rest in peace. I had hypothesized on my own that I believed in certain things, and what's the afterlife and what happens to people, where do people go. Then it's, the common knowledge of what they tell you it happens, but I got to talk to my grandma and get my own sort of information and actually what happens, Because most people, or unless you die and have your own experience, or hypothesize, but you still, it's you don't have it fact like proven. So I got, at least from what my grandma's experience is, I cannot stipulate that everybody has the same experience. I don't know, but my grandma said that she, the exact words were white light, fluorescence, shooting star, and it was pure consciousness, as she was everywhere at all times, had returned to the source, and it's looking over everybody, or at least the ones that she knew. That's my understanding to it. Yeah. I should try talking to my grandpa, actually.
And self-organize and organize everything inside cells, from neurons to simple cells, and seem to know what to do and where to go and organize things. And everybody else in the lab got interested in the genes and the chromosomes. It was the dawn of the genetic revolution, basically. Yeah. But for some reason, I fixated on how these structures seem to have some intelligence.
And I fixated on that, what gives the intelligence. I fixated on what energetics, what gives intelligence to these things. Jamie fixated on the environment of the water making such, proving the Pfeiffer mechanism.
Having them behave the way they do. How do I do? I don't know a port yet. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Microtubule. And it's protein, and when they say microtubulins are protein, and when they talk about protein, is makeup, like different mineral makeup.
What the hell? Kick me out. Alright.
It's a chain of synergically to do a function, which is super fucking creepy. I'll be in the car.
everything all situated and done properly. Get the knowledge out there for the babies.
I love them. I gifted one to my dad.
These are gonna be epic pendants. Agate. Melt stuff around to them. It's gonna be amazing. My next piece is after I do my wood and glass and clay and crystal fusion. Inshallah. Came in with her boys.
Sarah.
Yeah. Beautiful girl. Everybody. A super long video up. Top there. Nice. Already got a view on that one. Plasma taking. The thing evolved to a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece.
Took my video down at 3 o'clock, 1 a.m. this morning, right after posting it.
Far-right political parties and the Israeli law. Again, with a lot of humbleness, but let's also not get to hasty conclusions based on one event.
Okay. I've never seen this. Love you, brother. I didn't see that comment. Yousteal Live and Discovery presents second trip. For some reason it doesn't show the preview. And they just block and shadow block my stuff all the time. You know how you get the little thing on the bottom and shows the picture? Yeah, they don't let me do that. Shit. Here's Viva.
With online courses for people of all knowledge levels. More at All About.
Demographics have changed from rearranging things and age requirements and so forth. Interesting enough. What is out here? Down it.
I got the window sealing things.
Nice.
The rubbers. Yeah, we're good.
Getting the mini house situated and everything so we can electrify it, seal it, then electrify it while putting the windows and everything in and figure out how we're gonna do the lift bed and put the stove and everything in it. So forth. Talk beer.
Pero como las tablitas son tan chiquitas no se pueden poner con el martillo. El señor las puso como con una se llama una air gun, como cosa no, yo tengo una engrapadora. Esto es con aire neumático que tira clavitos. Es como es una. Igual vos también le haría el favor a alguien. Las chances de que lo miren son 1 en 3 millones, porque no tiene, el gobierno de Estados Unidos ya está comprobado que no tiene la capacidad para ni siquiera para estudiar todos los casos ni nada. Pero honestamente me parece una boludez, pero yo no te voy a presionar para nada. A mí me parece. No, ni siquiera le está pidiendo la casa de la venta. ¿Qué te va a quedar en Rosario?
I noticed a guy on the channel I subscribed any day. His channel is called, and from your town, Marysville, California. I looked into his channel. He was a blood over intent guy, saying praises to Satan and talking of bringing stuff and bullshit to Marysville. Interesting. Brother was asking if you dried sprouts and so forth. We need to do some things showing how to do that.
Video growing sprouts?
Yeah, eating the sprouts and other things, so forth. Doing some vibrational medicines. Let's see. since I changed the age things and the titles to go with what the information is about. Wow, a whole lot of new stuff being looked at. Top here. A lot of red pilling happening for the Q's people.
In places such as Hong Kong and Greater China. Bad weather dampened most of the splendor. For one of the best views, you would have to be on the Pacific, or even better, be one of the lucky passengers aboard Australian airliner Qantas's one-off supermoon flight. That's Asian Now for the Czar headlines anytime at CNN.
Boston Dynamics using the dogs. Now the drones are in the sky. Sick. Bringing the war home.
Something on fire in the street, and we had multiple 911 calls. But
here's what the cops see.
So we're trying to figure out where it was.
This is the nucleus of the drone operation here at the Chula Vista Police Department, the first in the nation to get FAA clearance to surveil an entire city.
The drone program is made up of really two people. So it's made up of a teleoperator, which is a police officer inside the police department, who's listening to incoming 911 calls. He's listening to the police dispatch. And then you have a pilot in command, which is on the rooftop where the drone is located. Our drone is getting on scene within 3 minutes of the call that is entered, as opposed to over 6 minutes before an officer gets on scene. So they're getting there a lot quicker.
There are 4 drones ready to deploy from strategic locations around the city, all entitled to cruise every inch of airspace within these 52 square miles. Police Captain Don Redmond says the department received the green light to explore the use of drones as first responders during the Trump administration. That was in 2018. Since then, calls for accountability have grown even louder.
We heard the national message that things need to be done differently. So we looked at technology to try and give us an edge to be able to respond and de-escalate situations.
Redmond says this surveillance already leads to fewer interactions between citizens and police. 25% of the time they launch a drone, they don't even send officers on foot. But when they are working together, Redmond says an eye in the sky gives the ones on the ground a preview of what to expect.
There's a couple times we've seen them just kind of like for 5 minutes or so.
But what about the civilians who aren't police targets and still feel like they're being recorded?
So I see them almost daily.
The view from 300 to 400 feet above isn't all that clear, but once the drones descend, privacy concerns come into focus for residents like Norel.
I know that it's a cop in the vicinity, and looking over and into my property when I'm not doing anything wrong and there's no warrant.
The department needs a warrant to record anywhere residents have a, quote, reasonable expectation of privacy, like their own yard or inside a building. But if a drone observes a crime in progress, police can legally pursue it.
Wherever we go, when we step out of our homes, right, that we're constantly going to be surveilled, or our camera is going to take a picture of us.
How would you feel if you or your family members were caught in the flight path of one of these drones? Would that make you uncomfortable at all?
It wouldn't, and I only say that because I know helicopters fly over my house all the time.
But new questions emerge after the drones are out of sight.
These drones collect lots of data all the time.
Lily Irani researches this issue as a professor at the University of San Diego.
The police department stores the data. That data can be then shared with other agencies, and that way it's absolutely different than helicopters.
The Chula Vista PD says they don't routinely share their drone footage with other agencies, except the local fire department. The public can see flight logs, why the drones were launched, and when, everything except the footage itself.
How transparent is it if you're not willing to readily release the footage to the public?
So the footage is much like your body-worn camera. And at the end of the day, that is downloaded into a secured evidence database, and then and it is purged according to our purge guidelines.
3 cities across the country are launching similar drone programs, and they're looking to this sleepy Southern California town for inspiration. Meanwhile, the communities caught in the crosshairs of this technology are watching too, and weighing the cost of this brave new world of policing. New technology.
What's crazy is the exosuit that they showed this man using, because he's paralyzed from the neck down. What they don't divulge or go into in the sense of like prosthetics, is it something that doesn't attach or sense the synapses or nervous system of the wearer. It's not that type. It just, I've seen those before. They've been working with the Wounded Warrior program. They're more of something that helps. Say they use them in DARPA for a soldier to be able to go farther or run faster, or not have the load that they're carrying of their gear bug them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It enhances the performance.
See, in a sense. It's like, say, the pedal assist on the e-bikes.
Yeah. Make things a little easier.
See, that's what that does. But what I was saying is myself, I'd rather be in the wheelchair that I can be myself. Is, as you see, there was always a person around them and him that has to attenuate or activate the legs for him, because he's paralyzed from the neck down. Therefore, his hands, his arms are like this, or they're like this in the pocket.
Yeah.
He is not mobile. He is just stuck in that thing.
However, somebody like puts him.
There's a person with him that always moves the thing to make sure he doesn't fall over. Because again, balance, it's just a pedal assist. That's why there's always someone behind him holding on to the struts of the thing, like where suspenders would be, so he doesn't fall over because he has no control of his body.
Yeah, it's just like a body walking, but no commander in it. Like himself.
The commander's behind.
Yeah, exactly. Not in it, but behind.
Actuating and making the legs. Yeah. Oh. That's why I said, why did they show that in the manner that they did? Because there is actually prosthetic things that they've come out with, and so forth, that would enable that gentleman to actually work in that fashion that they're trying to portray without him having to have a person stand behind him or walk with him and so forth, keeping him in balance.
Maybe because it would have not been the whole body?
I have seen those. What?
I don't know, why wouldn't they go another route where he's more in control?
The people that went to him maybe don't understand or went with that. But again, there's other persons that I've seen that are in prosthetics. We watched one of the things where a gentleman that wasn't supposed to be a rock climber and so forth fucked himself up, and he came up with his own legs and shit. And they're the best robotic legs. You articulate what that gentleman was using and so forth in his prosthetics and things that he made with his exosuit that actually work off muscles and other things and such. Yet again, this gentleman is injured from the neck down. Therefore, he has no body. So that's why you only, he was a race car driver.
In the car, yeah. Miracle, like he's alive.
That's why you always see the hands either like this or like this. No movement. None of such.
Just a head, as far as the control that he has.
And the person that makes the legs move, which is the same as if you're getting pushed in a wheelchair. Otherwise, he had one of those higher tech wheelchairs that actually stands you up. But you can move it around by yourself. Wouldn't have to have someone that has to go with me everywhere.
Well, they might.
You understand? Yeah. Here's all I'm getting at. Was if it was me, so I don't have this person that has to go everywhere.
Yeah.
And hear everything.
I don't care anyway, so we have our own life. Right? They want to have their own life. They don't want to be like
back of your neck.
Because that's a 24-hour.
Yeah, dedication job. Like, you're just fucking that person. You forget the fucking person you are. Unless the person makes you, like, in that, you know, that human. But that's 1 in a million. Because most of the time the person is, like, hella frustrated. Both of them. Because it takes a lot of fucking work.
Yes. To work it out. Because you seen him, as they showed him dancing with his daughter, Stofferlo.
The person was dancing too.
The movement.
Oh.
The movement was being done by the person behind. Again, he's paralyzed from the neck down.
Oh, that's what I meant by the person was dancing
In no
too.
part in this did they illustrate and talk or show him moving his body on his own, his arms, or talk about any interface of cerebral interface at all with the robotics on this
Integration
thing,
with it.
of nerve or pads or anything that attenuate the pneumatics or the motors or anything like that, which they do have. It'd be a thing to reach out to them and state and send some information. Be like, look, you got all this money, go in this way, integrate this with that, and you have true mobility without having the person stand behind you. You actually actuate it yourself because you have the nervous system. If you integrate that stuff, that might auto that we're working on, where it reads the cerebral. So you take that suit that he has, right? Last year, if COVID hadn't happened, would it come out at the same time that the dumbasses came out with the stupid fucking self-driving car that killed somebody? They came out with the CES device-driven cars. Cerebral interface devices. You drive by putting the thing on your head. Well, if they have vehicles that allow you to do that, why wouldn't they put something like that on a gentleman if he's quadriplegic from the neck down?
We still have the computer good. His computer is good. Like, his head is good.
Right.
He can recreate all of those pathways for the bottom down to work.
Not recreate.
Well, when they put the body,
it's been damaged. The spinal cord is destroyed from
they
the
put
accident.
a different body. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna have to. They replace the body, but his
Replace the
head's
body.
still good.
What do you mean replace the body? And growing him?
No, they're not replacing the body.
Well, what are you talking about, man?
I went over complete different scenario. No, they're not. The man is still the same. They're just giving him the ability to be straighter, I guess.
Be straighter.
Stand up straighter, but what has this changed? I haven't seen the man walk other than from what I've seen somebody hugging him, but that was it. I didn't see. The man was just standing with the hands inside.
That's pretty much all he's doing.
Place, and that to me is what's kept me alive for 21 years.
When they presented you with the idea of let's try to do this, what did you say?
Where do I sign up? Where do I go? What do you want me to do?
We watched as Sam's team got him set up in an exoskeleton.
This is 1.0. Clearly, their goal with it is that I won't need to be balanced and that I will be able to operate completely myself, which is a mega task.
Imagine walking without assistance. Sam does.
Do you dream about it? You know, that's the funny thing, Harry. In 21 years, I've never had a dream where I was in a wheelchair. I'm always walking around, you know, with my kids and the race team and everything else.
That morning, Sam's racing team saw something they had never seen before. Their boss, not in a wheelchair.
What is it like for you to be standing I've almost ran out of words to describe the feeling in this entire process. Epic, mega, unbelievable. After 21 years, I didn't remember what the view was like. The view. The view. I haven't gotten a full body hug in 21 years. So good. And we got some of those today.
There were tears when Tim Bauman saw Sam that day.
That's pretty wild.
Bauman was part of the crew that pulled Sam.
Weight of his own body.
As you stated in the beginning.
He has to be balanced.
Be balanced and me doing it myself. Otherwise.
But yeah,
he's not moving himself.
The title is deceiving because it says
so
paralyzed.
And the gentleman
driver walks again.
But they said out of their own mouth that the guy's doing it on his own. The man out of his mouth stated, "I'm not there yet."
No, it's a task.
I'm stating I've seen the shit. And that is not there yet because the manner of which they're doing it. And the platform they're using. Because they're not using the CES platform integrated with such, the man has to have a fucking Geppetto. He's a puppet on a string. With $gazillion. Henceforth, my words. The information that I have and the people that I've known and the people and the shit that I worked on 20 fucking years ago, so on and so forth, the man who puts the two together, he's working. But we can replace his body as you're talking about.
I was saying, I thought they were at least using his head for something. They're not. It's just an exoskeleton. It's just literally holding him straight up and
That's
straight.
why you see that, honey. You ain't seen too many software people paraplegic.
If they would add a sort of software computer to that exoskeleton.
What would Mom Lori look like if you stood her up? Or she's just fucking hanging there? What does she look like when we lift her up and bathe her and shit?
She has no control, so it's
What
dead
does that
body.
look like to you?
It's dead body. They should add a computer or something to the exoskeleton if that's what they want to fucking go that route. So it at least his brain can give like.
That's what I was talking about, Maria.
But yeah.
That's what I was saying. Hey, hello, the CES car models that came out last year, the fucking cars that we drive, cars that people drive, have that ability. What are you talking about? I'm talking about a computer. How does it work with the computer, honey? Just because it has a computer on it, how does the computer interface with the body? Henceforth, what I was talking about. In no manner did they state how this body that is paraplegic is activating and moving the arms or the prosthetics that they're saying is allowing him to have movement or stature on his own.
Out of the Wuhan laboratory, that question remains. We do not have a definitive answer, but there are significant leads. And tonight I want to tell you about a mine.
The mine, the copper mine. Get the stuff from there since everyone's going through high acute altitude sickness. And coming from the copper and the way that it strips the body of such. Interesting, all this is snowballing fast. All those people from India studying this stuff. All of this going so fast. Black, white, now yellow fungus. All the different reduxes and so forth. The people becoming less noble. Differentiation points and so forth. making those quiche things and so forth. And then allopathic meds, making the fungals. Which are aerosols in themselves.
More recoveries than new infections, and that is good news. But the bad news is the new complications, the fungal infections, black fungus, white fungus, and now a yellow fungus. It has been reported today, and we'll tell you all about it. Black fungus, you know, has been declared an epidemic in India. There are hundreds of patients who've reported this infection, and a shortage of drugs to treat it is complicating matters. Then a deadly white fungus was found in Bihar. 4 cases were reported last week, and now in the state of Uttar Pradesh, doctors have found something called a yellow fungus. In fact, this is a peculiar case. There is one patient who has all 3 forms of fungal infection, black, white and yellow.
कुछ साइनस बिल्कुल सीटी स्कैन में नॉर्मल लग रहे थे, लेकिन जब मैंने एंडोस्कोपी टेस्ट किया तो उसमें मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि उसको 3 तरह का फंगस है, उसको वाइट भी है, उसको ब्लैक भी है, उसको येलो फंगस भी है.
So what is yellow fungus? It is usually found in reptiles. The doctor treating this patient in Uttar Pradesh says that they've never seen a patient with yellow fungus before, a human patient with yellow fungus. What could have caused this? Bad hygiene around the patient. What can cure it? The same treatment which is being used for other such infections, amphotericin B injections. This drug has now replaced oxygen and remdesivir in SOS calls in India because there's a shortage of it, because of the sudden explosion of cases. Over the weekend, the government of India allocated more than 20,000 vials of this drug to all states and union territories, and 5 more manufacturers have been given a license to make this drug. Now to a story that we have been tracking since day one, the lab leak theory. Did the Wuhan virus come from a laboratory? And there's new evidence for the world to consider now, and this can of the US intelligence community. An American newspaper has published the findings, and this is what it says. In November 2019, 3 researchers in China fell sick. All 3 of them worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the same Wuhan laboratory that is at the center of this controversy. Now, all of these 3 researchers from this lab had to be admitted to hospital. And this is around the same time when the outbreak is said to have begun. Like I said, these are the findings of the US intelligence. It is part of a report that has not been shared by the US government with the public. But this is not the first time that we've heard of something like this. Remember, during the Trump administration last year, the US State Department had issued a fact sheet. It claimed that several Chinese researchers in the Wuhan Institute of Virology fell sick in the autumn of 2019, and that they showed symptoms consistent with the Wuhan virus. And now this new report says pretty much the same thing. Why is this significant? Look at the timing. China reported its first case of the Wuhan virus on the 8th of December 2019. These researchers were allegedly hospitalized just before that. And this is significant for 2 reasons. Number 1, this was in circulation well before December. And number 2, then the Wuhan wet market, and both of these suspicions earlier this year, in fact, denies all of these claims.
The Wuhan Institute of Virology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, issued a relevant statement on March 23rd this year. It stated that before December 30, 2019, coronavirus was not contracted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Until now, there has been 0 infection of staff and postgraduate students at the institute.
So if nobody fell ill at the Wuhan lab, why is China not sharing data from there? What is it hiding in this lab? Remember, the WHO team had asked for raw data from the Wuhan laboratory, and China refused. Wuhan Institute of Virology. Data that specifically specifically talks about its extensive reach. He's not convinced that the virus is natural and that he does not rule out it, have once again called for a new investigation.
No, I'm not. What went on in China until we find out, to the best of our ability, exactly.
This is crazy. You gave me a strike? This is funny, dude. You guys are sick with it. If you let me see the video. I knew they were gonna see. This would have been my third strike. And this is a video that's been up for a year. They would have struck me out, took my channel down. It is sad and sick. What misinformation? All I did was go through and change the title. And somebody's seen it, and it's information from the news itself. So, how do I see this? So I can rebuttal like I did the others. This was put up April 12th of last year. I literally just changed the title today, or yesterday.
I love ignorance.
That's crazy. This is one of the last videos that I just changed the thing. So what medical information do I do? I changed the name from quiche space stuff. This is not my information. It's the quiche stuff. I literally just changed the title of this video today. That's crazy. I wrote to some people the last two ones for them doing this. Every time I do a bunch of stuff on my channel, these people hit me with some bullshit. So I uploaded a bunch of the plasma videos today, showing the piece almost done. And I changed the titles. That's all I did. Oh, crazy.
Is dielectric conduction.
I'm talking about the holoplastic cleavage
Environmental
part.
stimulation, so
Helping
forth.
my brother
KELEA.
with his issues.
Here's their mechanism they described, but if you add Jamie's to it, you add mine.
What are we even talking about?
Remember, hers and mine go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Hers and mine, what do they say? One side is ball effect, move positive, B12.
Polar esters made up of polymers of tubulin protein called microtubules. Cytokinesis is...
¿Tú sabes? She had the issues, and I said, no, scan Mason now. We was talking shit on Trump in the last couple of years, saying, are you going to be racist against someone with a different fucking what? Physical body and gravity are a different plane. Well, someone that comes from a different gravity than Earth is not going to have the same what? Holoblastic fucking cleavage point. So it's going to look different. And if the holoblastic cleavage point is different looking, or happens, insinuated, what do you get, honey? Down syndrome.
Rare instance of disabled parents such.
It's crazy. It's crazy. April 28th thing was recording of their stuff. They gave me a thing last year. It doesn't show the other two things that were here to replace them. I just had to fight with these people just a bit ago. Just the other day. The other day when I took the time to change all my stuff from 2018 up into 2020, the dowsing showing that they were the reason for the release and outbreak of this bullshit. The Key Space Foundation and Wuhan Lab working together. Anyhow, let's see what happens. That would have been strike 3 this week. See, it was hella funny. That day, reinstated my stuff. They gave me, whatchamacallit? They gave me a strike. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. I got my channel back up. Anyhow, talk There's all the stuff that I relabeled and so forth. There's all the new videos and so forth that I changed, illustrated, and put in proper places. That's all getting looked at. The quiche lemmings are trying to do their stuff and get my stuff taken down. Keep it up, lemmings. Crazy. I only sent one thing, rebuttal, and I got 2 rebuttals back for submission. I get signal. So yeah, 12:11 last night, they sent me that thing. Only one video they took. Why they sent me 2 messages, I don't know. 2:02 a.m. they sent me an email back, and then at 3:06 a.m. So what the fuck? Yeah, they locked my shit as permanent private.
That's what?
Yeah. So, our team reviewed your content, and we think you may need to make changes to make sure it doesn't violate our spam deceptive practices and scams policy. In the meantime, we've made the following content private. EU Plasma, COVID protections, the video of I was saying last night of Leland. I was talking about the holographic cleavage. So what we haven't applied a strike to your channel, and if you make changes we haven't applied a strike to your channel, and if you make changes or if you think we've made a mistake, you can request to make your content public again. However, there may be some instances where YouTube keeps your content private. What lock as private means no one else can see it but you, bud. Right. I'll just re-upload that. What our policy says, content that contains excessive or unrelated tags or keywords that may mislead users is not allowed on YouTube. This includes title, description, tags, annotations, and thumbnails. I don't even have thumbnails that they let when I post my shit, my videos, which I'm like, dude, that's crazy. My titles aren't deceptive, my descriptions aren't deceptive, and the annotations. So what does this other email state? Legal Metcalf, we have reviewed your appeal for the following content. Take another look. We can confirm that your content does not violate our sex and nudity policy. What the fuck? You motherfuckers put that it fucking violated medical when you sent me the thing. Sex and nudity, bro? This is quiche, motherfuckers, yo. Thanks for your patience while we review this appeal. Our goal is to make sure content doesn't violate our community guidelines so that YouTube can be safe for all. And sometimes we make mistakes trying to get it right. Your sorrow and frustration, mistakes you cause. Like I said, honey, as I looked into the future, Sunday I had 2 strikes. This would have been my 3rd. These people were just going through putting bullshit. You understand? Like last year. My channel would be gone, like I explained to you. They're going to take my channel down using their own bullshit, using fucking fuckery. And this would have been it. For nudity? What the fuck?
Yeah. That's so odd.
nudity. Right? You motherfucking people.
And that's not what they had sent you in first terms, huh?
No, it's for medical misinformation. This video, me and Leland.
I love ignorance.
Right, but I love ignorance. This is about holoblastic cleavage.
This brother as much as I was explaining to you, Jeremy. That's why I ain't sure. And replicating. See how that shit crept up on his head like that? My fight against my case is the same thing as my lawyers fighting against me. Oh yeah,
We can do him with the plasma. That's where the rest comes to you.
See, it's like those brothers. They're free nice impression, I feel. Now, I'm sitting in it. On more for him. Just now. AE plasma.
So this is what I got.
You'll see this man that's going to tour.
And these people are talking about what?
Push into him. Saying over here.
I'm sure this is block work can be seen. How many uploading this?
You ever seen him like that, man? Since you've met him now? The last couple of years?
No, but L.E.N.R, but I don't know.
These people were disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
This this is quiche people shit. So where in there does this have discrepancies or anything that has to do with sex or anything that has to do with what these motherfuckers are talking about? Where it's giving scams. I don't say it protects against COVID. I say COVID and protection. Okay. So I'll change the title. For the first time I get a notification stating such. 6 hours ago, back when they gave me the thing. Interesting. See, that's crazy. Spam, deceptive practices, and scams is still with the same stuff with the quiche stuff. How do I fucking get my content back up? You say you removed it. Oh, this shit. Because my stuff was taken off so fast. Y'all trying to y'all stupid, dude. Child safety because of downloading and sexual content, suicide, and self-injury. Yeah, fucking. I got none of that shit. All the important notifications. Awesome. See something on the screen. So I got a warning. So no strikes. A warning. Why won't you let me see this big? May 10th, the day that my stuff was put up. Doesn't make no sense, yeah. May 10th, the day my stuff was put up. I just had that taken down. 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 Motherfucker state fucking sex shit or some stupid shit. Do age restriction. How do I get to that video? I can change the title as you guys state. Alright. It's somehow deceptive because I put protection, COVID, illustrating that it has information on how to keep you and doing proactive things so you don't get sick, but yet they said my Ionic silver and so forth was deceptive and a lie, and I got that removed because it took August last year somewhat for scientists to actually do what I've been doing and prove that this shit is killed by fucking silver. But anyhow, I need to get that video title changed so I can do such.
Sorry. It's life. What more do you have more? Life with family. That's why it's because I see there ain't no bro. So you guys can have a conversation.
Lenr video.
But she takes it really personal. And I understand because when you and I talk, it takes me time to, you know, I continue what she was saying about you imposing and about the gifts, because what you were bottom line, when it comes to you explaining about Sarah had to do with the night that, you know, how the connectiveness and how aware you were, and Sarah reaching out on you in your sleep knowing what she was talking about, and me coming out and you making a comment when you were dead asleep. So I explained that to Lucia after I said, it's not that he's trying to impose to you anything, he's sharing with you what his reality is, and wanting for it to meet your reality too, because it's possible. But that's when she said about the time, and that everybody has their own timing, and that you, and then she said something like, you don't know how hard it is to be all by yourself.
If you would have, the counselor, me and you would have never met, because you would have worked on that shit.
18:02, so 1 hour and 32 minutes. You guys are disgusting, dude. Comments are not supported on private videos. And 2 views, 2 thumbs up. And this video is private because... Wow. Okay. The link above. So, why am I giving any deceptive stuff? Alright. So, 1 hour and 32 minutes. And here's the video right here locked. That's what's crazy. It's literally the video, like I said last night, the video that's locked. What's the video before it? The video that they just got me for last night of Leland, stating it was some sex shit and giving false medical information. Okay. Well, the other one has sex shit? What? See, they're both after each other. So we're gonna edit the title. How many people I choose can view it? Well, how do I do that? If it's private, and you state only people I choose can see it, how do I do that if you all state that it's some shit? And supposedly for sex. Supposedly for misinformation. I don't get it. I'll stick it in your hand. stated that's all I gotta do. Should take it off deception. So I'm gonna try to get in there and, okay, you can request me. So I'm gonna try to request my stuff to be public. Yeah. Age restricted it for people talking about fucking reality. I didn't even fucking get it. I didn't even write it. I never even wrote anything for the thing. I wrote it for the other shit. How in the hell I get appeal granted for something that I never did? It was like with the thing with my brother. He gave me some bullshit. The video was back up. It's not struck or nothing. But how do I get this age restriction thing off or I can fucking get the video back up? That's right. I'll do a screen recording and re-upload it. How do I get into this stupid shit? The appeal was approved, but I never appealed that video. That's the one of my buddy Leland, the soldier. Yeah. This right here, I never wrote an appeal. I never even gotten a thing. Stating such. That's crazy. Talk better. Bless you. Wow. Beautiful. Dang. 244 views on a 5-second thing. That's top one, brother. Like all those out there I'm putting my stuff up for. They help me. They see my schematics and so forth. They block my stuff. So many people out there coming in, working on the same types of energies and so forth. While they're blocking my videos. I've taken over 300 videos down. It's all engineers and stuff like that. Like how we met when I was on the streets, drawing out my schematics that I made, or now making. It took me years to draw them out. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, why you keep taking all my stuff? Because I separated myself out. I ain't posting no more stuff about quiche. This is old information. I'm pushing forward. It's done. But now you're hitting me for stuff that, because I changed the title away from it, the quiche stuff, now you're stating this bullshit. I mean, like, this 7 strikes, dude. All been removed, but it's like, what the fuck? Come on, quiche people. You don't like competition or what?
Yeah. It's coward.
You got a worldwide fucking community of people booing your stuff. It's just been me my whole life. Shit, my wife is just now starting to listen to the videos and see the stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, are you... That's why you do what you... Oh, okay. He's like, yeah, that's why I get fucked with all the time, man. This shit is nuts. They do not want the truth out there. I'm not saying I have the truth. I'm just saying any types of truths that show personal observations that something you put your mind to, you can make and actually make it. They do not want nobody seeing it. Craziness. So, let's see how things have changed on what videos are being seen. Beautiful slice of life. We're spending several days. Still have another day's worth of going through and titling and classifying and age grouping the other videos. Now, if you remember the screenshot picture in the picture last night, these guys all just had one video to them, and that bottom video was the top video. The bottom video was the top video. The mud video was the fourth video. Now it's the very first one. Leland and I Healing has 7 views. That's why they took it down. 7 views in the last couple hours, and it's all since I changed the title. Otherwise, the title that had no views since they had re-uploaded it. You know, they show me the count from last year before they took my channel down, but when you look at the video, it doesn't have the same number count. They have. Like I said, dude, we moved to Florida. These people owe me $5 million a day for how many videos I have up that they took down for a straight year. That I have fucking all this shit documented. Now, what's interesting is the walk with Samina and them is up. Like every single one that I changed. You were asking me about Wesley's video. I had changed the video title to where it's KELEA Dikr Tropics. It's been seen 4 times. Now, the one that got seen the most, though, 25 times since yesterday, is the one where we go for a walk and I'm digging in the mud and I take the dirt and I transfuse it into a piece of crystal. Several of our walk ones, the Lenr, and top here. The C-Lot one. One with Shake has 19 views. Talk beer. One about C-Lot and Zumzum water. Talk beer. These are all the videos I posted to Grandma's wall and to our business page. I shadow blocked. Didn't even let me put thumbnails up. Messing with my signal today. Waking the world up. Let's see if they're still shadow blocking the shit out of our fucking business page. If not yours and mine. Excuse me. This is going to fill the information that the countries are realizing. Excuse me. Hopi Star in a Jar is the top video watched in the last hour. Leland and I. The video that I just took down and put back up. Insane. Top videos. My first reactor was Hopi Star in a Jar, showing cold fusion. Second one the same. Third one the same. Top here. That's quite changed quite a bit. Suggested videos has increased. The algorithm has picked it up. And the hour slice look. The first video was my Hopi Star in a Jar, but I relabeled it like I stated. L.E.N.R Plasma. Subscribed is almost at 10%. United States. India has fallen below 48% when it was 100%. When I reinstated my channel. Even though I've gone through so many things to change the age group, because they do that weird funky default where they put it on 18 years old. And they don't show it to 19-year-olds or anyone below the age. There's real goofy shit that they do on this thing, dude. Information out there. Talk there. They always mess with me always after I do a big upload. So this is the rest of the pennant that I'm still working on. It from start to almost finish. I'm at 70% right now. 85% done on the superstructure, but 60% right now. Overall completion. All of it off of solar energy. So crazy is went from black to white to yellow now, honey. What I be talking about?
The red dots that you're seeing, huh? You see the
No, from black to white to yellow. Excuse me.
From black to white to yellow.
Yeah. Mucosis to something else now. Something that's only found in lizards and reptiles.
The fungus on the nose.
Yeah. It's now yellow. Yesterday they had their first case of yellow. Their first case of a person that had black, white, and yellow. It's a fungal infection they've only seen in reptiles. Okay. They're going to mess with my information and so forth. These people are insane, dude. Those immunosuppressants and so forth. Statement it's because the person's bad hygiene or whatever, supposedly. know that's the sex organ of another thing. So if you're seeing that, that's another aerosol. Another plague thing in itself.
Spores being spread.
Yep. Interesting enough. Trying to do whatever they can to knock down my channel. You know what I'm saying? You finally see it, huh? I'd be frustrated. Now again, because of all the stuff last year, like I was saying, I didn't fight.
Yeah.
This year, because I actually get to see the people. They blocked all the damn things. Shadow blocked the comments, notifications coming to me. Shadow blocked the subscribers. I only thought I had like fucking maybe 10 or 11 people. Taste is truly one thing. Truth. Inspire them to see. So, back to changing the titles and separating information about Quiche Space Fighters program and their role in orchestrating this shit that's happened, struck the world. Today's Thursday, so they done had another one of their little live video things for several hours, telling people to drink Kool-Aid and they can help them in some manner and whatnot, and sprays bullshit on their family and broadcasting shit into their house. And another day of them harassing and taking my shit down on one of those days, and me trying to get people's attention, saying stay away from the Jim Jones Kool-Aid of Quiche Space Fighters Foundation. Music on and get back to it. So I get done with that. So much more information. I got new information to upload. Molecular hydrogens and other things as such. Experiments. Let me see if they let you see it. Slimming's Quiche Foundation and those they incorporated with those and Yousteal and shit. Take your information. It's crazy. So on this it says 38 views. And the top video and the link thing that showed my hand with mud and dirt. And the analytics. Oh. This guy where I'm showing the what I was doing mountain lion poop and so forth when we're going for the walk. That's where I got. Right. Shows 38 views. When I go into the analytics of my stuff, it shows views 1. Watch time 0. Right? That's for this video right here.
Mm-hmm.
If that's so, then how in 48 hours this video has been seen 25 times? It's showing me in the analytics. How is that seen 25 times? It only has one count on analytics. You understand? And 0 watch time. So, 13 views from last year, 25 new ones now. But yet, they're not there. They're not given a count. It's, if you wish to say revenue, that I don't care about in the sense of commercials, because I don't want commercials in my videos. But yet, that monetization and other things is such through click rate and the algorithms and impressions and so on and so forth. You understand?
Yeah.
In Florida right here. Do what Florida mosquitoes just to go get something where I can get that money and change the world with it. But then people are being serious at $100,000 an episode. I had over 1,000 videos when they took my channel down for a year and then giving my channel back minus 400 and some videos. And this repertoire of, as you see every other day, whack-a-mole, then taking stuff down in me half in the rebuttal. So, and then this, like last year where I wasn't seeing comments and subscribers.
No idea what's going on in your own channel.
Analytics not being true, because do I believe this analytic, or do I believe the only one person seen it? Like I said, there's the one L.E.N.R. We got 7 views. All these right here, I just changed the titles. But yeah, that one. If it's at number 1, how come when I go in my stuff, it says 1 view? And it's supposed to be real time 48 hours. Never got any emails for none of this shit. When I re-uploaded my stuff, I got one that was for some shit that I got the strike removed because all it was news. What the news people were saying. That video right there. It's just insane.
Diferente, no como tu voz normal, decía.
No, Spence, I didn't mean to be rude and say anything, but just hearing your voice, you sound different today to me, Mom. Was this Satan?
Porque no sabía que estaba hablando con vos, Ezequiel pensó que estaba hablando con una señora y me dijo, ¿quién es esa señora? Le dije, mi mamá. Y me dijo, parece, suena diferente. Y le dije, porque tiene un resfrío. When she came back from visiting the kids, she had really green
mocos.
And so now she's been doing the silver and sent her a balance. And she said that the doctor got sick, so he didn't show up. And I said, better. She said that her mucus is turning yellowish and better now. And she said that where the kids live at is so windy, and she went and had lunch with Coti, and they sat outside. Yeah. So they would just have outside, and she said that she caught a cold that time.
There's an interesting thing going on around the world that's being picked up for some reason. People are trying to figure out if, say, it's global warming or not global warming, but in a sense they're acknowledging that maybe it might be from the jabs, maybe not, but there is a huge inference of people getting overreacting to not sinus, but what am I looking for? Allergies.
Dice Ezequiel que hay como una exuberbancia en el mundo de alergias y respuestas al medio ambiente.
International
al environment.
News. Some international news people complaining. Where I was kind of hinting at was they never differentiated out of non-vaccine people to vaccine people like yourself in the sense of the overactiveness of the antihistamines in the body. for the first time, I'm not having any issues, but we're having a lot of pollen and everything right here because everything's in full bloom, but I'm not having any issues. One eye I can it too because I'm actually doing the nasal spray with the silver, something that I wasn't doing at the very beginning of last year, but I've been doing for the last couple of months, and it's made it to where I don't have
Sprayar la botellita del silver en los orificios nasales.
Eso hago. I do that.
Porque como se contagia por la nariz.
La tengo arriba de la mesa, acá.
Speak English.
Cuando paso, me hago así, en los agujeritos.
Speak English, you're so fluent.
Stop.
Tomo un shot todos los días con la equinacia.
Oh, de equinacia.
Pero también estoy tomando el antibiótico porque estaba muy verde todos los mocos. No quería seguir así.
Te tienen que subir las defensas para que no te enfermes.
No, yo ya me di cuenta, estuve pensando, porque cuando yo era chica, yo tengo el recuerdo de sufrir mucho de los bronquios de chica. De que venía un señor a mi casa y me hacía las nebulizaciones.
She's remembering now that when she was a kid, she was having bronchitis issues. Her mom.
Ahora de grande yo me acuerdo que todos los inviernos papá decía, no, la Ome está con todos, tiene neumonía. Nunca le agarraba la lateral como para tener que
Nebulizer.
internarla, pero siempre la tos se le iba a los pulmones. Entonces yo me doy cuenta que a mí me pasa siempre en mayo. Como yo siempre tengo calor, no me abrigo. Entonces, me tengo que cuidar mucho de los primeros fríos. ¿Sí? Porque eso es lo que me hace mal. La otra España con Vicente también estuve exactamente igual así, porque salí a caminar un día que había mucho viento y me enfrié. Y ahora fue lo mismo. El día que fuimos a comer con Coti había viento, hacía frío y yo me enfrié. Entonces, yo me doy cuenta que este mes es el mes que yo me tengo que cuidar.
You're not doing fenugreek tea, Mama?
She has it, but it has nothing to do with she runs hot, she says. Not only because of menopause, but she runs hot. Fíjate de fortalecer el chakra del corazón, lee cuáles son los conceptos asociados con el chakra del corazón, porque la pulmonía y todo eso viene del sistema inmunológico que está acá en el chakra del corazón.
Sí, no tengo pulmonía, gracias a Dios.
Igual, las alergias, los resfríos, el sistema inmunológico, todo eso viene del chakra del corazón.
Mama, question. Is Wani harvesting the jelly? Are you taking the jelly? Is the family taking the jelly and the pollen?
La gelatina real de las abejas.
No. I took it once and it was awful, really awful. No.
Which one?
I can't.
Pero no probaste el de Juani no lo está harvesting o cualquier probaste vos.
No, compré uno una vez porque
No, she said she bought one.
la jalea real, no sé qué.
Pero Juan Ignacio.
She bought one what? The jelly is sweet, and so is the pollen. The pollen is sweet, depending on what you have it from. All the little pollen bro.
I've
had it, and I got it.
Sí, para mí también es asquerosa. Pero Ezequiel te preguntaba si Juan Ignacio la sacó para que te hubiera dado.
No sé. Ahora dice que las llevó las abejas a la cochera porque está condicionando el terreno ese nuevo que creo que ahora firmaban la semana que viene y ahora las tiene que trasladar allá. Pero no sé si sacó, le voy a preguntar.
There was a little drop that you had to put under your tongue of the royal jelly.
Y la verdad que
and it was bitter as fuck and she didn't like it that much.
aparte de la miel, las puedes sacar. Eso, el propóleo, todo eso se saca de las abejas.
Claro, por eso te está preguntando Ezequiel si el polen y todo eso, si Juan Ignacio también hizo la extracción, porque eso es buenísimo.
Polen no, yo estoy usando propóleo, viste que te di a vos cuando estábamos en
working properly.
See, that's what I was getting at. I mean, the whole reason why the vehos.
Empecé con eso, con el propóleo en spray.
Bueno, señorita, vos leí lo del chakra del corazón y vas a ver que no te vas a enfermar más.
No, no es cierto.
Sí.
Mamá.
Tiene que ver con el autoestima, con la imagen de uno mismo.
Mamá, you gave a very interesting insight. Mamá. Mama, you hear me? You gave a very beautiful insight of stating that you had air issues when you were a child. My mother gave me an asthma inhaler to try to get me to think I had asthma. Through my non-love of myself, I ended up having to use one for a brief moment, and then it went away. Henceforth, me stating about me and Maria when we got together, because remember I was supposed to die from stage 4 sarcoma. And I healed myself because I started loving myself.
Todas las personas que tienen problemas de alergia, respiratorios, todo eso tiene que ver con el chakra del corazón.
That question at the end of the dinner at the house that Papa said that you were his and you said that he was yours. The inference of what you just stated of having a lung issue, which comes from the depletion of the heart chakra and the way one sees oneself, and the childhood upbringing, it gives good insight. Maybe your daughter will understand what I'm pointing out to help her, help you, and help the family on your side of miasmal way of flow, of seeing why what she's done and what you've done and how you and Dad came together and work with each other and complement, but also decompliment each other if one doesn't address some of those things, because Raul can be an aggressor on that manner and you can be an aggressor on that manner too by not working on them and not understanding when someone pushes a button of something that comes from that and we react in a manner of, say, leaving Dad on the side of the street when he's drunk, and vice versa, or placing oneself in an instant where that happens. Do you understand, Mom? Can you say that for me?
You know, the singer, Alejandro Sanz, you know, the Spanish singer.
I won't lie to you. I know you, Alejandra.
No lo conocen.
No.
Okay. He has a beautiful song that calls Tengo el corazón partido. Se llama, es hermosa.
I have the heart.
Maybe I have my heart broken like the song.
Your heart was broken?
When I'm with my kids, I don't have ill.
It's one of the things that I was been trying to talk with you about, Mama, in the last 10 years of, remember when I asked you those questions about your father, rest in peace, and Mama, on how you were upraised last year in October, about your painting and so forth, that you divulged to such. That leads into your breathing issues, Mom. You understand, don't you? This has been an ongoing...
Translate, please, porque hay un señor acá con un taladro que está arreglando las maderas de mi casa y me está haciendo un ruido tremendo y yo no estoy escuchando mucho.
Dijo que te fijes de la manera, si los problemas respiratorios empezaron de pequeña, que te fijes cómo era la relación entre tu mamá y tu papá y que veas cómo vos querías hacer la expresión de pintar bellas artes y ese camino y no pudiste, y entonces como todo eso tiene que ver también con la formación de uno.
Remember our pillow talk last year? It was part of such. Me asking about what were you into as a kid? How did you and Raul meet? And you explained about Coco, peace be upon him. And because how Coco was...
Si Coco te hubiera visto así como... si Coco hubiera visto así como el potencial...
About your painting.
Oh, no, pero igual alimentarlo y demás. Es como que a uno le sube la autoestima, pero si a uno le dicen, no hagas eso porque el dinero es más importante, o esto, o lo otro. Es como que igual vos lo verás o no, pero es algo que aceptaste y es algo como con lo que seguiste para adelante y es como que igual es una supresión, es como que es una depresión de uno mismo, es como que la depresión de la expresión de uno mismo con lo que uno creía que era el medio que uno pudiera expresarse. Y como...
Claro, yo quise estudiar piano. Quise estudiar piano en una época que me dijo mi papá, vos sabés que tocaba muy bien el piano. Mi mamá, que también tocaba el piano, no, el piano no sirve para nada. No estudié piano.
That's why.
Claro, entonces después.
That's why in that conversation, Mom, if you remember why I asked why Papa didn't do like I did with Maria.
Y por eso, ¿por qué papá no te fomentó la expresión de las bellas artes si eso era lo que a vos te gustaba y él en su familia tenía medios para
bring that beauty up
para hacer eso?
You've been doing on yourself for the self-gratification in the last 10 years. Hear me, please. The last 10 years, that's why you've been doing your arts and crafts.
I go and do... Bueno, claro, pero digo como que vos sola por tus propios medios, vos lo perseguiste, pero tu ambiente, la gente alrededor tuyo, no te dio esa validación de fomentar, ¿entendés? Como incitar tus sueños.
No saben valorarme y no saben lo que se han perdido.
They don't know what they missed. But yeah, she still pursued it by her doing classes and things like that, but it's the validation of people around you. Claro, y entonces como pasaste de tu papá a mi papá y ninguno de los dos dijeron, no te preocupes de esto, de lo otro, porque sé vos mismo, expresate, hacé lo que quieras, pintá cualquier cosa. Pero no, es como que todos siguieron con el programa y es como que vos sos vos misma con nosotros y con tu arte, pero cuando estás lejos nuestro es como que está esa desconexión y te enfermas.
Ay, porque los extraño.
I'm saying that around that she gets to be herself, and then when she paints and stuff, she gets to be herself, but when she don't, like, she gets into this getting sick.
Yeah.
Bueno, heart chakra. El chakra del corazón, mamá. Léelo, fíjate.
But that's why I ask the questions that I do, because I do listen.
Dice que Ezequiel que por eso pregunta las preguntas que pregunta, porque él igual escucha.
I'm trying to help.
Ok. Vino un señor que a veces me hace arreglar unas cosas de LED y eso, viste que te dije.
Sí.
Que la otra vez cuando vino la gente a ver la casa yo me senté en el agujero con la silla para taparlo.
Sí.
Y bueno, no puedo dejar así, entonces le pedí y vino a arreglar todo eso, qué sé yo. Y entonces,
espera que le cuento a Ezequiel lo del deck. My parents got like a little deck around the pool, you know, like just completing it, kind of what we want to do with the dome. And the last time the people came to the house, my mom realized that 2 boards out of the deck had come out.
Oh no.
And so she and my dad put the seating chairs there and like covered it. And so when the people came to their house, my mom and my dad are like in the corner of the fucking thing. They didn't even move because if the people were to come close, like, you know, they would see it. So they were just like there, like stationary, like, pretending that they're just soaking up.
That was strange.
Yeah, soaking up the breeze and quarantining, distancing, you know. But they were, and then she told the realtor guy, the guy was like, "What's up?" And I was like, "No, I just stay there." Because and I was like, "Oh, that was really ingenious." Like, that's not.
And my mom.
Because I told my mom, like, and I told her, you know, be good to the people that you're selling the things because it's karma. And then the neighbors, because the people were asking her, like, how the neighbors are. And I was like, don't lie. And she's like, no, I was truthful. I said this and that. And I was like, because then karma will get you. You'll have shitty-ass neighbors when you move here. And she's like, you're going to be my neighbor. Fuck you.
That observation that you learned of being able to place a picture or an object or a color in that tonation of empathy of seeing how the person observing it would feel is what helped you.
Yeah, she says that every person that even comes to do work at the house or come sign something at the house or that they come see the house, every woman wants to buy her furniture and stuff. Like, everybody's like, I love your decoration, this simple eye, and like, before you leave, can you do a estate sale and sell this? I said, I already promised it to Juan Ignacio because Juan is going to do the chalets, and so they're going to have my mom's furniture to dress it up. They already figured out it's like $1,000 for a truck. to move it across state. Like moving. Le estaba contando a Ezequiel de cómo la gente te dice del diseño interior y que les encanta, pero Ezequiel dice eso, de que tenés ese ojo pero que tiene que ver con un ambiente, como crear un ambiente, crear una sensación, un espacio, como una like a composition too, como crear una composición.
Like what I was trying to talk to little Miss Audrey the other day about.
El viernes llovía acá, estaba horrible, un día de tormenta espantoso. Jueves, viernes llovió todo el día. Y me llama de la inmobiliaria que había una señora que quería venir. Dice, yo ya sé que día es horrible, qué sé yo, bueno. Sí, le digo, total, yo estoy acá. Bueno, vino como a las 4:30 de la tarde. Y resulta que me conocía. Yo abro, siempre estoy con el barbijo cuando viene gente, ¿viste? Y la verdad es que ni le veo la cara al gente con el barbijo, no te das cuenta quién es. Y la señora dice, pero vos no sos Alejandra. Sí, le digo, no sé, no me doy cuenta quién sos. Le digo, dice, porque yo voy al Rosario Golf, no sé qué. Le digo, bueno, voy a la casa, no sé. Y después me dice, tu casa dice, es re inglesa. Me dijo que le parecía re inglesa la casa. ¿Qué llamará esta señora inglesa? Porque yo la verdad.
I don't know what the lady calls English shit. Whatever she calls English decoration, like she's like whatever.
What has your son-in-law been saying, Mama?
¿Y qué dijo la señora? ¿Y qué le pareció?
Yo creo que lo más, o sea, por ahora,
That's beautiful.
a los que más chicha le pongo son a los que vinieron 2 veces. La señora es una señora que será de mi edad, que tiene hijos grandes, vino de Buenos Aires, está separada, dice que tiene un novio, pero que no vive con ella. Y tiene se ve que una casa en Funes, dijo, no sé, pero que quería algo acá en Bickerton. Y como va al club, bueno, acá el Rosario Golf es como que, viste, esta zona le gusta y qué sé yo, y tiene amigas acá en el comienzo del golf, que está enfrente. Bueno, pero ahora se operaba el 1 de junio, se operaba de los meniscos, de las rodillas, y me dijo, tengo 1 mes y medio para buscar casa o no sé qué, para decidir. Bueno, no sé, ya será. Lo que sí que acá, hoy pusieron un cartel en la esquina de casa también, de una casa que se vende. Es impresionante la cantidad de casas que hay en Bickerton. Impresionante.
¿A dónde se está yendo la gente? Mama, it's like crazy the amount of houses that are for sale right now around here.
En cada cuadra debe haber 2 carteles.
Like in each block there might be two houses in that neighborhood where she's at. Like the outskirts. Mamá, pero and where's people go? ¿A dónde se está mudando la gente?
No sé. Yo creo que mi opinión es que con esta cuarentena fue como que la gente, viste, descubrió qué pasó. La gente se a los departamentos por tenían el Zoom, el gimnasio, la pileta, todo.
No, bueno, sí, pero digo, la gente que está vendiendo, ¿a dónde se va?
No sé, se irán a un departamento, no sé, no tengo idea. O la gente se habrá quedado sin trabajo y no podrá mantener la casa, no sé. Porque las casas esas grandes, tipo, ¿cómo te puedo decir? Viste, como ¿te acordás de la chica de Benvenuto? Esa, o la que compró, no sé si vos sabés, la que compró esa chica que estudiaba con vos en Buenos Aires, que compró una de las casonas de sus papás, las de Rotel, ¿te acordás?
No.
Bueno, las de la marca de los buzos, bueno, esas casas que tienen...
Carla Chiavarini.
Esa casa, Chiavarini. ¿Te acordás que en esa zona de Bickerton que tenés 4 casas en una manzana? O sea, son casas con muchísimos jardines, qué sé yo. Yo lo entiendo, porque son re difíciles de mantener y ahora es el boom de los condominios o departamentos de 3 pisos. Entonces, todo el mundo ha puesto en mente esa casa, justamente, van a ser todos condominios o departamentos de 3 pisos. Están haciendo uno en la esquina de enfrente a Indy.
My mom saying, do you remember
y
this
otro a la
girl?
vuelta, al lado de lo de Carla.
she came here to travel with me as a work and travel visa. Her dad had a clothing company, and they owned this like mansion-looking house kind of thing. But that's where we grew up. Never looked like a mansion. It just looked like a regular house to me, you know. And she's saying that that's the boom right now. They're selling all those lands and
making high-rise.
Yeah,
Stack and pack.
Acá en una comunidad muy grande de gente judía, en Argentina, montones de gente judía que se está yendo a vivir a Israel.
Saying that a lot of Jewish people's gone back to Israel.
Because of what's going on. Is there any industrial looking at in the commercial areas of which you had that you were having a problem with the baker? Or I shouldn't say a problem with the baker, but just the way things were set up with the property that had the second and third floor needed to be revitalized?
¿Qué pasó con la propiedad comercial de Ceballos?
People looking at anything in those areas in that type of means where you could do such?
Sí, la de Corrientes. Pregunta Ezequiel si no hay así planes para de alguien que quiera construir como lo que estás diciendo de las casas en Fisherton.
Ahí tenemos el problema que la municipalidad declaró determinados inmuebles en determinadas zonas patrimonio histórico. No sé por qué, porque
it's
no
historical.
tiene nada de... Entonces tenés mucha limitación para construir.
So you're limited to what you can do to it.
Yeah, you can only restore the front, like you can leave the front and the height. There's a regulation at this political party that you cannot
go higher than
that any higher that already there is there in the same side of your property, so you cannot go any higher. She says it seems that it's going to change because it has to do about the political party. And if they do, yeah, because it's downtown, like Federal District, downtown Sacramento. But otherwise, it's just
muy parecida a la
really
nuestra.
similar one got sold.
En la otra cuadra, que la habían puesto creo que en octubre, noviembre, le habían puesto, yo vi el cartel y ya se vendió. Y esta no sé, porque ahora viste como la tiene este mismo chico. El otro día le dije a papá preguntar qué pasó porque iban a poner el cartel. Dijo no, que ahora está con esto, qué sé yo, después como que después le vamos a preguntar.
Mama. Spencer, I don't mean to speak over you or stop you. I do, but I don't. Because I wanted to hear what you were saying, but I also would like to have this interjection into it. Say, if you were to have it sold right now, what would be the allocation? What would you do with those funds? Would it be for here, or would it be for afterwards? Or are you already set up in a sense of your casa being sold? You know, what would be the allocation funds if we were to make that happen? What would you do with such? Would it be something for you and Papa?
¿Cuál sería la motivación de vender eso? ¿Qué harían con los fondos?
For family? What would you do with such?
¿Para comprar una casa o para tener para vivir?
No, para invertir y que la inversión para mi idea es con lo de mi casa comprar algo, el resto que es el departamento, eso y los terrenos que tenemos, invertirlo en algo que reditúe para que después a ustedes estén en las inversiones, ¿no? No quiero gastar la plata para vivir. Porque si no, sería muy fácil, me gasto lo que tengo, pero yo también pienso en ustedes tres. O sea, mi gusto, mi idea sería poder dejarles algo como hicieron mis papás conmigo o tus abuelos con tu papá. Entonces, no quisiera tener que entender tocar eso para vivir. Por ejemplo,
she could split it with her sister though. It's like $500,000 that her sister gets half.
It would be something they would have to do an investment into either biotech or the food stuff right now as it's growing.
Sí, está bien.
To keep from something to multiply that. There's a couple of things.
A lo mejor en la parte de Florida que los impuestos son menores y total es lo mismo en cualquier lugar, invertir en cualquier lugar que después cobras el dinero.
Sí, yo también tengo ese señor que me habían dado el número que dicen que siempre que el mínimo de invertir son $25,000 y que el señor te da El cliente que me recomendó a mí dijo que a él le genera 15% de interés todos los años con lo que él le da.
You want to move to Florida, Mama?
No, she's saying that Florida has really low taxes, so like having an apartment there is something. Sí, vos se lo das y él hace lo que hace y después no te importa en qué se invierte. Es un fondo, la persona es un inversor y parece que es uno de los inversores más importantes de Estados Unidos.
I was just saying so we can use her address so we can sue these
Y
motherfuckers.
el señor es veterano militar, era conductor de automóviles y de carrera y ya tiene 75, 80 años el señor. Y yo le pregunté un día, como, ¿qué haces con tus fondos? ¿Cómo generas plata? Y dijo, todos los años yo deposito 50.000, lo que sea que él pueda depositar, y me lo devuelven. Y por eso me dijo, cuando yo me divorcié, me chupó un huevo, porque cuando me divorcié de mi mujer, lo que se había generado de ese año fue lo que yo le tuve que dar de mitad de lo nuestro de patrimonio. Así que dijo, a mí no me importó cuándo me divorcié, no sé qué. Y por eso fue que dijo ese comentario. Pero es como que es un fondo ciego. Vos pones tu inversión y te devuelve lo que se genera. Pero él dijo que él nunca tuvo pérdida con esa persona. Pero sí, no sabés a qué está invirtiendo.
Nosotros tenemos mala experiencia con eso, porque eso fue lo que hizo Coco, que Coco tenía el seguro en Estados Unidos por $100. Y cuando fue la crisis del 2001, viste que empezó, que cuando cayeron todas las propiedades, la burbuja inmobiliaria y todo eso, Coco dijo, no, esto no, se trajo la plata. El segundo peor error fue. Y que con la plata que trajo, se la dio al hombre ese de calle Santa Fe que vendía las computadoras. Le dio al de calle Santa Fe y al de calle Corriente.
Sí, mamá, pero vos estás hablando con gente que son don nadie. Esta persona tiene fondos financieros, se lo conoce a nivel mundial o sea, es una persona que será en ranking número 4 de los inversores de Estados Unidos, te estoy diciendo, no te estoy diciendo un don nadie que tiene un local de marco y te está pidiendo la plata, mamá. Dale, dejate hinchar la bola, te estoy diciendo. I'm telling her about Jim, the car driver, who he works, the way he told me was, he works with an investment firm that is the third highest ranking in the United States. It's like a blind fund. You don't know what you're investing in. You
told me that before.
And I'm just telling her that, right? And my mom is like, well.
Get a hold of my Aunt Kathy.
Lo leí el otro día también, acá en un diario, que ahora el negocio es hacer en Estados Unidos los storage, porque dice que es de bajo costo y los alquilan re bien. Y la gente permanentemente está alquilando, o porque se mudan y dejan cosas, o dejan papeles, y qué sé yo. Y él estaba por armar un grupo para hacer los storage en Florida. Y bueno, yo le dije a tu papá, cuando nos habían dicho bueno, si es seguro y se vende la casa, por ahí podemos hablar con Ricardo, capaz se llama con Ricardo, y entrar en eso también. Pero como hay que todos los huevos en distinta canasta por las dudas, ¿viste?
Bueno, déjame ver antes de que te metas en nada más.
Mama, you know what a trust is?
Un trust.
You know what a trust is?
No.
You should make a trust that's allocated to your lineage and to subsidies which they wish to use in the sense of how Maria told me when she was being raised by you guys, that if she had an idea of doing a business model, you can set that up to where the lineage of Pugnalans, or in a sense, heir to the children, your great-grandchildren down, depending on how you set the trust up, the child would be able to allocate interest in a sense and use it for schooling or for a job or for a car or whatnot, or buy property or whatnot. You understand? If you wanted to set something up as such in a thing where it was just there for everyone to get, say, an allocated funding to at certain age groups, or allocated to them, and that interest occurs, and when they become 16 or 17 or 18, you know, you're able to have access to it depending on, how would I say this? It's kind of hard for me to talk in a sense, because Argentina part of the family is in Argentina, the other part of the family is here. Now, when you move here, I pray you and Papa, you guys do a living will. It's something that when you come here, me and Maria are going to do because we have to do such. You understand what I'm talking about, Mom? Hello? A living will.
No.
If me and your daughter die right now, the United States government will take...
Un testimonio de estar vivo cuando
The
uno
United
hace
States will take everything that we own because no one knows shit about us. And there's
Sí,
nothing
Ezequiel,
that
nosotros
states...
tenemos una propiedad y si nosotros fuéramos a fallecer, si nosotros no tenemos puesto en nuestro... ¿cómo se hace, mamá? Vos lo haces todo el tiempo, se llena de la gente lo que quiere hacer cuando se muere.
Which goes into if you come here and you get sick.
En el testamento, uno puede hacer un testamento en
As an
vida.
American citizen, if you incur debt,
Para que las cosas no se vendan.
They'll take all your funds or your properties and levy liens against it. Be it that you're an ally to our country, they'll take that. You're going to have to put your stuff together properly. So that the allopathic meds can't take all that. That's how they took all my family shit. ¿Sabe?
Because the wills in Argentina are different. The person only gets to choose 10% of the whole belongings because we got forced trustees, which basically is like us, the kids, and the husband. You don't have to make a will. It already goes to them. It already goes to them. Unless you dispose of the 10% that you're allowed to. That's how the law is established in Argentina.
See, but that's Argentina. You're coming here and becoming United States citizens.
Here, so
you're becoming United States citizens. And if one incurs as a United States citizen debt, and you and Dad live in the game, they will take what you have over there that is inheritance. That goes, as you said, default to the family. It won't go default. That's how they appropriated our stuff. How we lost our lands here in the States and our stuff in the Azores.
Sí, uno se tiene que fijar de no tener... De no adquirir deudas para que no le saquen las propiedades.
I'm a third generation American. My grandparents were millionaires until they got sick and they took everything. Me and Maria are trying to figure out how to do a trust on our property so it doesn't go to anybody. It's there for the lineage to take in the future. Not to take, but to, in a sense, we're trying to set something up to where it creates its own revenue, but also has, say, in a sense, a trust fund. So if our kids, our grandkids, our great-great-great-great-great-grandkids, inshallah, it's still here and functioning as such, are able to appropriate money from it to help them with a car or food or housing. I mean, basically they'd be living here, but if they needed to in a business sense, there would be something there set up like the trust. Be it that you're working with...
Un trust es como un fondo...
It's like a CD.
Eso es.
That way, as you were saying, you wish to leave something for family.
De esa manera dice Ezequiel que las cosas no se venden, todo se sigue en el patrimonio.
It would go from Vicente and Martino's grandkids to
that's
their
the way of doing
grandkids.
the patrimony. That's what my mom's saying, and that's what my dad said that has to be done. Sí, es lo que dice Ezequiel que también hay que hacer. Para que te asegures de que igual todo esté dispuesto de todo manera equitativa y todo eso es lo que vos querés saber, de que todo reciba la misma parte y todo eso.
Por eso, yo después tengo que hablar con algún abogado, porque vos imagínate que todas las leyes allá son diferentes.
Yeah, my mom said she's gotta educate herself on that because
entonces, como nosotros eso no sabemos...
Mamá, ¿ustedes no me emanciparon cuando yo era chica? They gave it partial.
emancipated for?
Did you get partial so we could travel alone and do certain civil things?
But you were not an adult. Henceforth, like I explained to you. See, we had a discussion about this.
Tuvimos una discusión porque a Ezequiel lo emanciparon y yo le dije que a mí me habían emancipado y Ezequiel dice, no, no te emanciparon.
We both emancipated. My mother was the first emancipated minor in California. I emancipated myself, but our emancipation is different. I was fully emancipated as an adult with a child, as a child, proving that I could take care of myself, had my own car, went to school, and I had my own apartment. And I was like, Maria, what we do here in the United States is completely different what you're talking about, honey. You were still a kid. Your parents.
You tricked me.
Your parents still paid for your shit, and you
Me
still
engañaron.
you were still underneath their insurance.
No,
You were
no había
dependent.
ninguna razón para emanciparte.
She's like, there was no reason to emancipate.
¿Para qué? Se emancipa la gente cuando quiere ejercer el comercio, cuando se quiere casar, cuando es menor de edad.
That's silly.
No.
So,
malísimo.
If Maria can,
Estuvimos bien sujetitas a decir Ezequiel.
We hold you really tight.
If Maria can translate this for me, because it's something that we've been talking on, why I was saying to you in Maui, for the family to stop being, say, the Colloidal or at the top of the pinnacle of the rent, but to be even with the serfdom in the sense of making a cohabitation. It's beautiful that the gentleman is now doing horse rides with the chateau for Wani. And that was the type of ecosystem I was saying that needs to be happen. Be it that Maria accepting the things she has and the family working on the things that they have, the miasmic flow of the Pugnalans dynasty of having money in the sense that came from how it used to be is over. That Jinn has retracted its energetics and a new one is forming, allowing such in a beautiful way. Henceforth, Wani now having integration with the Pugnalan family, being the biggest epiculture in Argentina itself, allowing the family to be sustainable, but also, as I was saying to you, make yourself allopathic, but not a target. Remember? This is being able to happen, but as I was saying to Meme, and why we were arguing this last visit, stating if the family doesn't work on these things, I was trying to say to you and Papa, if Maria didn't see and understand that you and Papa were affectionate, maybe Lule didn't, same with Wani. The grandchildren see that, they see differently, but yet there's things, be it that you've worked on, will be passed to the grandkids, but the things that the children that had those grandkids didn't see and understand, they'll have a block and an aggravation between the relationship of the grandchild and the grandparent. In a sense, it's weird. I feel it myself, my own opinion of, in the sense of a jealousy between that relationship of what seeing something they think they didn't have, but what they did have it. Be it of that talk we had at the dinner table of psychosis. How did Maria not see Dad be affectionate her whole life? To where she's explaining this to me and I'm telling her, no, I seen your dad do this. Here, I'm going to bring this up at the dinner table. Do you remember that, Mom?
Well, it started because she brought the letter. My mom brought the letter.
Exactly. But that was after. Do you understand? It was in the same conversation and so forth, but that was after the asking and so forth. That letter was shown. But someone acting in a fashion towards you is different than you stating, I have not ever witnessed my dad be affectionate, not to me, to my mother.
I didn't make a statement like that, don't ever.
No, I'm not. I have not seen this affectionate, what my dad's doing, to my mother ever. Henceforth, why I brought it up.
I wouldn't say. I myself did not use the word.
Okay, I'm sorry. You didn't use ever. You put you had not ever seen it. I'm sorry. In English, I can't use something other than the word ever. You had not in your repertoire, had not seen that happen. Henceforth, why your husband brought it up in the conversation. I'm not living in the afterglow. It was said and spoken the way it was. It was said and spoken and not changed how I said it at the dinner table with your mom and dad. Henceforth, me stating and was going to ask, how was your visit with Cotty? And it's beautiful that change of things and so forth, to bringing that up in the family, because that is a change. Because did you have that with Raul's side of the family when you came into the family, Mom? Did someone embrace you and lick you and give you praise for having them boys and those girls? Because you took on some other childs. and you took on your own children. Was there any praise from that side to you like you're doing, as I give to you a rebuttal going, how come you're not nice to your daughter-in-laws and bringing them up? I'm not saying that she's not. I'm saying in the sense of the conversation that we had, the shoes that were given, and the shirt of saying, are you not, so forth. And the difference between Messina and Kadi, because Kadi's a doctor, Samina, Kadi's a doctor, and the other one is not. We had this conversation. You stated one is talked well upon and the other is, she's just there.
Because they don't know her. They don't have a relationship with a woman yet.
That's why I'm stating she doesn't have a relationship with a woman yet, but
She's
they
trying
have...
to build a relationship.
There's a
baby
nice henceforth. Why I'm asking, Mom, how was it when you had a baby with this family and fucking became part of it? Did someone lick you?
¿Cómo fue para vos con la familia de
Goddamn.
papá cuando tuviste tus hijos? ¿Cómo te recibieron? ¿Cómo te trataban? ¿Cómo fue con la familia de papá cuando tuviste tus hijos? ¿Cómo te trataban? ¿Cómo te recibieron?
Un amor. Un amor. Bueno, ¿te acordás de lo que...
Aunts and everybody was in the house all the time,
La
helping
tiendita venía todos los días a
every
casa.
day. Your dad's
Todos los días a
aunt
verlos a ustedes. Los
would come
amaba.
and see you.
Se iba con
She
nosotros a
was super
Pinamar.
caring for me. She would
cuidaba
vacation
vos
with us. She would take care of you. So we could go to the beach when you
Y
need.
Armonía también. Un amor.
And your dad's home the same.
Nada que
She's
decir
like, I
de
got
ellos.
nothing to say
Nada.
about them. They're always
Excelente fueron.
Now, how was your personal relationship with them to tell them about what happened between you and Raul? Obviously, there was not that type of support, Mama. Hello?
What happened?
Why did you have an issue with your issue when what happened when you found the telephone, honey? What support system? No, it's why I'm asking.
People are fucking dead.
The people are dead? There's no support system. That's still through the thing. No, it's why I'm asking. Is where was the support system? I'm asking. If their friend group and social group is different and the family's always there, how do I treat you so bad if all these people are around where that happens? Where my aunt or my mom or other people in the thing in the family don't talk to me and be like, hey, what's with you? Hello? It was nice talking to you, Alejandra. Thank you.
Ma, te llamo en un minuto. Dice la tableta que está caliente.
What do you get upset for in asking a conversation, a question of, if one is asking a question and there's no answer in the social paradigm group of those in the class, and one is asking a question, it's like the same question that I was going to get into.
It wasn't on the social paradigm.
Yes, it was. In a sense, I was asking because we've already went past the circle of we've already went past the questioning of how does someone be an ant and have a circle drawn around them where the social group of people ever all hanging out together, Negro and so forth, all these people that have been family friends and so forth. How does someone not see what's going on or talk or have someone talk? If that's not there, that's what I was asking. That's not blanked out. Okay, we'll blank that out. Well then, if all these people, and this is such a family-orientated thing, I was just asking a question on sense of like my past marriage. Because of how I was acting and so forth, people were talking to me and saying, why are you treating that person like such? Out of the family, because there was a structure, social group. Our social group, no one out of our friends said anything to me, but out of the family, from someone, their family member speaking with them, saying this was what was going on in the marriage, someone from that family sat down with me and asked, why was I being a dickhead? Was what I was asking about. So if you're accepted by this family and all that stuff went through, why you were asking, honey, do you need to go to psychiatrist? Because fucking da-da-da-da-da. and you finally come out with the shit fucking like a decade and a half later that the shit fucked you up, I'm asking, because that's what I talked to your parents about, of that fucked my wife up. It's something we're finally working on. After being married for 10 fucking years, what I said would be an issue for you. If you don't work on it now, when you're still in your 20s, as I noticed was my fucking problem with myself, when I was having my issues with my ex-wife in my 20s, that if you don't fucking work on it, it fucking pops up. And here you started, what, when you're 31, you started acknowledging it and fucking, oh my god, that's my issue. That's why I was asking the question. I'm not trying to fucking cause no argument or some weird ass shit or attack nobody. Where the shit is coming from is trying to understand something. As someone stated, what did you know your mom had asthma? Bronchial issues and was put on fucking inhaler and butchral shit when she was a little kid? Did you know that?
She's just remembering, she said.
Wow, she's just now fucking remembering that. Due to an organic conversation by you guys, or one that is fucking being to try to help, and not as a son-in-law, not as a son-in-law, not as a son-in-law, not as a son-in-law, but someone trying to douse and help miasmal flows and other things come up to the surface and help people fucking work on it. Not attacking, I'm not doing it as a son-in-law, I was doing it as someone observing and dowsing and bringing up points so that someone who shares interstitial water with this person can maybe fucking help. But no. It's an attack, they think. Always an attack.
You know how my dad's family is constituted, and you were asking them how when she.
I don't know how your dad's family
constitutes.
I heard you. I don't know.
I heard you talk.
How your family? I don't know how.
Because you're not listening to me, so
you're starting out by telling me I know how your dad's family.
You do not know how my dad's family is constituted. You asked how was my mom received to the family. And how was she there after she had us? How was the relationship? I expressed to you there was an aunt and there was a mother. They fucking died. There was no other family for my dad to be around. All right? And so then it comes a social group. But for you to jump from how was that?
So you got a cousin and all these other things like this?
There's no cousin.
There's nobody?
No, he don't relate.
Just the aunt and the uncle? The aunt and the uncle, another person that was talked about and shit.
That's my dad's. They were fucking dead by the time we were born.
That's it? There's no more Pugnalans alive right now other than your dad?
No.
There's no one else that she met in the fucking years that they've been married. That's a family to them. There's no extended family. There's all the people that you guys said were in the social group. That's family that do not talk now or talk at that time. I say bullshit. No extended family, nothing like that. All these people she stated that come and gathered around, just those two people died, and that's the only two people out of the family that talked to her. As you just stated. Just two people out of the whole family. Once they was dead, you don't know nobody on your dad's side. You've never met no cousins. Who's the person running the thing? There's no Pugnalans alive.
You tell me, you seem to know the answer.
I'm asking you. There's no Pugnalans alive from fucking that generation or the generation before you that talk or do anything. It's just your dad. Your dad is me. Other than Wani Pugnalan that passes on the fucking last name. And the two other boys. Ezekiel Metcalf's the last Metcalf on my side.
Whatever semblance.
Ezekiel Metcalf's the last son. The last Metcalf. Raoul Pugnalan is the last Pugnalan. Other than his children. Like myself, there is nobody else alive. During the time of you guys growing up, unlike me, where literally everyone is fucking dead right now. But we've been married for fucking 10 years, and it wasn't that the family didn't know you or that they're dead. It is family issues between family people not talking with each other, but people that would like to get to know you. Henceforth, me asking the other day, hey, the person that last name and email with Kruger, my extended family that would like to know you, whose fucking son and with his son came out, talked with us at our first crystal shot. Coming off the top of my head, no instance like that ever happened in your mom's life where there's people from the family, because she's married, they say, hey, your family, the boy that came with his son, you not call you family? But there's nobody from the family to talk to. Nothing. I'm like, okay. Alright. Okay. Actually, I was trying to sit around the synth wharf at the time of how long did it take for somebody to go through what was going on in the sense to do and then to accept. Say it's safe the first drink, and then the second drink, and the third drink. The video right now, going through making sure that it's made for kids or not.
How many people
everything is pertinent to the
believe in
things
the
that happen?
idea that the way you think has some effect on your life? That your thoughts are intimately connected to your future? So your thoughts in some way create your reality. You believe that? So how many people in this audience have a clear vision of their future? You see, you think 60 to 70,000 thoughts in one day. Out of those 60 to 70,000 thoughts that you think in one day,
look at the way that cores reacts.
90% of those thoughts
copper ion
are the same thoughts as the day before.
You see the glass
So if you
reflect differently
believe
in the
that your
field mix that I'm
thoughts
using right now.
somehow are connected to your life,
Photons and
then the
anions.
same thoughts always lead to the same choices. The same choices always lead to the same behaviors. The same behaviors create the same experiences.
Crazy white.
And the same experiences produce the same emotions. And those very same emotions drive the very same thoughts. And your biology, your neurocircuitry, your neurochemistry, your neurohormones, and even your genetic expression is equal to how you think, how you act, and how you feel. And how you think, how you act, and how you feel is called your personality. And your personality creates your personal reality. That's it. So then, if you wanted to create a new personal reality, a new life, then you would have to start thinking about what you've been thinking about and change it. You would have to become aware of your unconscious thoughts and observe them. You would have to pay attention to your automatic habits and behaviors and modify them. And you would have to look at the emotions you live by every single day that are connected to your past and decide if those emotions belong
Not even
in
your
the
past,
future.
somebody else's past.
You see, most people try to create a new personal reality as the same personality, and it doesn't work. You literally have to become someone else. So your brain is organized to reflect everything you know in your life. Your brain is a record of the past. It's an artifact of all the things you've learned and experienced to this moment.
Where I learn how
So
to
if
do
you
this
wake
stuff,
up
kids.
every morning and get out of bed on the same side,
My future self or my past
shut the
self?
alarm clock off with the same finger, shuffle into the bathroom and use the toilet like you always do, Go and get a cup of coffee and drink coffee out of your favorite mug. Then get in the shower and wash yourself off in the same routine way. Drive to work, get to work, see the same people that push the same emotional buttons, do the same things that you've memorized and do so well. Then hurry up and go home, and hurry up and check your emails, and hurry up and check your Facebook, then hurry up and go to bed. Here's my question.
Are you alive? Are you dead?
Did your brain change at all that day?
What
We
controlled
could
you?
say that you were thinking the same thoughts, performing the same unconscious actions, living by the same emotions, but secretly expecting your life to change. So there's a principle in neuroscience. And the principle says nerve cells that fire together, wire together.
Solid.
So if you're
Look at that beautiful Eve cube in the ground, in the pattern.
demonstrating the same behavior,
As I make a game.
reproducing the same experiences that stamp the same networks of neurons into the same patterns, and then produce the same emotions, you're going to hardwire your brain into a very finite signature. Because as you fire and wire the same circuits in the same way, those circuits begin to become more connected. And by the time you're 35 years old, this is science now, we become a set of memorized behaviors, unconscious habits, automatic emotional reactions, beliefs and perceptions, and even attitudes that function just like a computer program. And if you do something over and over and over again, the repetition of those actions over time conditions your body to know how to do it well, better than your mind. And a habit is when your body knows better than your mind.
So we'll got you to take the first drink. Oh, you don't want to know that one.
The body now knows how to
Let's try
do
away
it
from
better
that
than the
shit.
brain.
Let's just keep
So
drinking.
95% of most people,
Even if you beat me into a coma, motherfucker,
attitudes, thoughts,
guess what
beliefs,
comes back?
emotional reactions are
It's
subconscious
intrinsic.
programs.
I do it better.
So why is that important? Because you're here this week
What's wrong with y'all?
to learn new information. And every time you learn something new, you make new connections in your brain. That's what learning is. Learning is forging new synaptic connections.
Walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Physical evidence as a result of your interaction in the environment. And the footprints of consciousness is called learning, making new connections.
Wow.
And the Nobel
I don't wanna
Prize
do
laureate
that.
Kandel
It's
in the
hard.
year 2000 found that when people learned one bit of information, they doubled the number of connections in their brain from
And they shut down.
1,300 connections to 2,600 connections.
This information.
But if they didn't review that information,
I can't take no
if they couldn't repeat it, if they couldn't remember it, those circuits pruned apart in hours or days. So if learning is making new synaptic connections, then remembering is maintaining and sustaining those connections. And you are here this week to learn vital information about creating a future and be defined by a vision of the future instead of the memories of the past. Because if you are not defined by some vision that is bigger than you, and you are not passionate about that vision, then you're left with the old hardware of the past in your brain, and you will be predictable in your life.
Yes, Lord.
So would you agree then? New thoughts, new information should lead to new choices. New choices should lead to new behaviors. And new behaviors should create new
Crazy
experiences.
colors as the phonons and
And
anyons
new
are encapsulated into
experiences
that.
should produce new emotions. And those new emotions should drive new thoughts.
The color of
And that's
radiation that
called
we cannot
evolution.
see with our eyes, but yet
So if
in
your
the
brain
silica,
is a record
you
of
can.
the past, and you don't have a vision of the future, then you are living in the past.
So I'm on the front porch, baby.
And you will never arrive at that new future.
Nope.
So then if you wake up in the morning and you are not being defined by a vision that's bigger than you, and it doesn't get you out of bed and inspire you into possibility, and you get up living in the old hardware of the past and the old emotions stored in
You're just
your
up in the key space program.
You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to wake up and you're going to open your eyes and you're going to see the same people and go to the same places and do the exact same thing at the exact same time. The moment you open your eyes, all of a sudden now, it's your external environment that's controlling how you think and feel. Because you have a neurological network in your brain for every person you know, every place that you go, everything that you own, everything that you do. And the moment you open your eyes and you see the same people and go to the same places and do the exact same thing at the exact same time, it's your external environment that's turning on different circuits in your brain, causing you to think equal to everything that you know. And you told me you believe that your thoughts have something to do with
as smart as the people that burn me, but I stay my shot.
As long as you're thinking about your environment, you keep creating the same life.
Them see. Become an antagonistic neural network.
Truly change.
Like my wife.
Hack their
Think greater than your environment. To
say, wake the
think
fuck
greater
up.
than the circumstances in your life. To think greater than the conditions in your world. And every great person in history.
Get away from me, because I got a fucking
Whether it was
thing that's higher than my mind, and I know what the fuck it is, and everybody that's been around this takes a little bit of it knows it's fucking real.
They all
You
had
got
a
an issue with
vision.
it? I got no issue with work.
Couldn't smell
Because
it.
I got an
Couldn't
agenda,
taste
that thing to
it.
fucking
Couldn't
do, and a
feel
mission
it,
that I
but it
can't
was
fucking
alive
do
in their
unless I
mind.
fucking do the shit that I'm doing.
It
Because
was
everything in the
so
world
alive
seems to
in their
fucking keep me
mind
from
that
doing
they
what the fuck
began
I'm trying to
to
do.
live as if that future
Therefore,
reality was happening in the present moment.
Die trying or kill
And so the
myself,
moment
because there
you
ain't no
stop
point living
making
unless
the
I'm doing
same
what the fuck I do.
choices that you always make, get ready because it's going to be uncomfortable. And that's the moment you're heading towards the new self. And we call it stepping into the river of change. But now, remember, 95% of who you are is your body as the mind. You know, you've done something enough times that your body does it better than your brain. So you may actually complain unconsciously, because your body does it all the time. And all of a sudden you say, no complaining. No more blaming, no more feeling sorry for myself, no more talking about other people, I'm going to stop. You know what happens, don't you? The body starts sending signals to the brain. The body's been conditioned that way. And all of a sudden you start hearing the thoughts in your head that say, why don't you start tomorrow? Tomorrow's a better day. This is too hard for me, I can't change. Something's wrong with me, it's my mother's fault. It's my ex-husband's fault. It's my ex-wife's fault. I'm this way because of this event. Or the most important one, this doesn't feel right. The moment you respond to that thought, as if it's true, that thought leads to the same choice, which leads to the same behavior, that creates the same experience,
Nuclear
that produces the
decay
same emotion,
ignites the
and the person
microtubulins
says,
in
this feels
the fourth
right.
phase of water to give you that quantum
That
fucking
feels familiar.
tachyon field that gives you that inference
Going from the
observation
old
and that
self
time
to
decay
the new self.
matrix of
Stepping into
information
that
vector
void,
system
stepping
of reality
into
and
that
psychosis
uncertainty,
and the group mass
is the
hallucination.
biological, the neurological, the chemical, the hormonal, genetic death of the old self. And people will say to us,
Only help
well,
design a whole
in the
bunch of shit
unknown, I can't predict my life or my future. And we always say the same thing.
100 years ahead of the time.
The best way to predict your future is to create it. Not from the known, but from the unknown. And when you and I get comfortable in the place of the unknown, that's where the magic happens. And it never happens in the known. function of the mind is to create coherence between what we believe and the reality that we experience. If you believe there's a threat, signals of threat released into the blood will prepare the cells to engage in a protection
And wash over the
response.
microtubulins to make it to where one can encapsulate the knowledge trying to be
Maybe there was
expressed
no
to the
real
person.
threat. The cells don't know whether it's real or not because the cells only respond to the chemicals. They don't see the real environment. So all of a sudden I say,
You know, been fight or flight, autoimmune thing, and consciousness slips back, and whatever you've been doing when you usually get that button pushed, you react in that manner, because you've done it so much that the body don't know no different, because again the consciousness
whether
slips
they're right
back.
or they're wrong, are actually changing our biology. Now, this idea of thoughts controlling our life is not new. 2,500 years ago, the Buddha said, what we
Peace
think,
be upon him,
we become.
all the prophets.
And in fact, that is exactly the story of epigenetics today. Epigenetics is saying what you're thinking is translated into chemistry, which will determine what you will become. So, 2,500 years later, Buddha is right, but now we know the mechanism. Signal plus protein equals behavior. Now I say, when the behavior is not supporting us, then we can say, we are expressing a disease. Now, in this equation, I say, well, what can be responsible? What can cause a disease? The beautiful part about it is there are only two things on the other side of the equation. It's either the protein or the signal can be considered the cause of disease. So I say, well, yeah, proteins can cause disease because defective proteins lead to defective functions, which then are expressed as disease. So the question is, how much of our disease is actually controlled by defective proteins?
Why would you take down channels and videos like this, you know?
That flawed genes cause less than 1% of disease. So when we go back to our chart and I say,
so what's the point of abortion, people?
To disease, and I say, well, they can contribute because defective proteins as a result of mutations or alterations of our genome then will mislead the fate of the cells, and in that case, cells out of harmony with the world cause disease. Now we're down to a very simple understanding. If only 1% of disease is related to proteins, going back to the chart says, well then, the other cause of disease must be some alteration in the signal. So I say, the signal can cause up to 90% or more of disease that we experience on the
Ionic
planet.
communication.
I say, well, how can the signal interfere with health? And I say, number one, if you experience trauma, let's say you're in an accident and you twist your spine and you interfere with the flow of information from the nervous system to the cells, then the alteration of that interference of communication could lead to a misunderstanding by the responding cells as to what's really going on because the signals are altered. So trauma can cause disease by interfering with the propagation of the signals from the brain to the cells.
And it's worth the talk of the guy in the fucking wheelchair last
If we
night.
put toxic elements into our body, such as the toxins that we
He's a CES
acquire
unit
by
and a
eating industrial farm
fucking
food,
magnetic inductor,
toxic
and the dude to be able to
chemicals
work.
can engage in the
his body
signal
on his own.
pathway, but if they
phosphorylation
they don't
dies.
promote a normal signal propagation, toxic chemistry can distort the signal. So relevance
Work
is
with
this.
so many paraplegics in my life
If the
and got
brain
me
is
up and
sending a
moving
signal to
shit.
control the cells, and there's toxic chemistry in the pathway,
Done things in front of you with people recorded pericardium and so forth. You work on the energetic level. That is what it's about. Don't do nothing. Wake up, stupid.
Cause of disease influencing the signal is really nothing wrong with the
Keep talking
body
shit
at
to me.
all. But what it represents is this: the
Controlling the people around
influences
me.
of our thoughts.
It's alright.
Our thoughts
I got
are
me.
what are translated into the chemistry.
And we are
Now, why is this relevant?
good.
If we have a disease through the thought, it's not because the body is defective, it's because the signal is inappropriate.
And you gotta figure out what is
This is really important because
knocking out the
it's
signal
recognized now that our
and
consciousness
interrupting
is
and
the primary problem
say,
in the issues of
hijacking the
So what's
signal.
under consciousness? What are you watching? What are you doing, people?
And that
What is hijacking the
there's
signal?
nothing organically wrong with the body. It's just that we're sending inappropriate
person can
at
understand
an inappropriate time,
someone
which
coming from a
leads to
scientific
inappropriate
observation
behavior,
from an
which we call
egotistical one.
disease.
Sign up now on go.wsim.com to watch the full presentation.
So I let people know when I'm coming from the ego. Otherwise, it's all science. It's my life work.
Albert Lenr, the work who discovered vitamin C, received a Nobel Prize. But I'm not here to talk about antioxidants and vitamin C, but cytokine removal. And to understand the philosophy behind it, let me take you back to pathomechanism, how I see sepsis. And this is something we discovered several years ago.
So what's going on with people with the black, the white, and the yellow mold, which is different types of gangrene and fungal. But
because when we go to the
mineral
ICU, you
uptake
see patients who
and
look very
outtake.
much alike.
Henceforth, why the colorations of surface plasma and resonance showing what is inside of the fungal growth.
Receiving hemodynamic support, renal replacement therapy, artificial feeding, and you name it. Because any of these insults can provoke a host response by which the localized insult becomes the disease of the whole body, so becomes systemic. Now let me bring this pathophysiology
Listen what they're talking about.
to you. One of the most important discoveries I've made over the last few years.
How does one localized spot become a systemic throughout the whole body?
What is love from the pathophysiological definition point of view? Love is a systemic inflammatory response provoked by somebody, okay? Just think about it. When you're in love, you are tachycardic, your temperature goes up, you're tachypneic, there is organ dysfunction related to it. Just think about altered mentation, broken heart, this cardiovascular failure, mortality. So, but most importantly, what is a message to this for us doctors, that we meet a lot of people, but not everybody has the same effect on us, and we do not provoke the same effect from everybody. So we must appreciate doctors that we do the same for patients, and patients receive the same insults, but the response is different. So every patient is different. So it is not really the insult per se, but the host response which will determine severity and outcome. Just exactly
what they're understanding and trying to figure out what COVID.
More than 100 years ago, that except on a few occasions, this
over 100 years ago, come on, people.
Response to infection rather than from it.
You guys trying to follow the keys.
We are right.
Sick ass motherfucker that's still sick.
There are two
in his
types
brain.
of insults. One is damage, and the other type of insult is
He's a private healing
damage means
He's a Messiah healing
damage, like surgery, trauma, any ischemia,
Well, you got COVID fog, brain fog. You go on fucking shit like you got Parkinson's
Now, the
shit.
striking discovery was that regardless of the insult, the released molecules are very much the same, regardless whether it is damage or pathogen. Now, taking
because the symmetry radiation.
Example, the mitochondrion is basically an encapsulated, from the evolutionary point of view, an encapsulated bacterium. So any of these, gets damaged, then because their genetic background is very, very much alike, the same DNA and peptide will be released in the circulation. They will act on the same receptors on the monocytes. So this is why your patient with peritonitis, road traffic accident, and heart failure can have the same degree of ARDS after a few days.
Hello.
Because phylogenetically, they have
But
the
if you
same
give the
roots.
blanket treatment,
Now, you suffer
that's why we're
damage
seeing
and
again
pathogen-associated
all these
insults every
molds,
day. You do
fungal
get your
infections
finger
on people
to
with
the hammer like
diabetes,
this
so on and so
boxer.
forth.
His face will show all the signs of local inflammation. His face will be red, tender, swollen, but it will recover after a few days. Just like if somebody has a sterile damage-associated insult, like this knee replacement, this knee will look tender, red, and swollen, painful tomorrow, but this woman will recover in a few days and leave hospital. And we do suffer pathogen-associated insults regularly, just like this ugly incarnated toenail. This will heal after a while, but you can see that it is also showing the local signs of inflammation and infection. And this will get better, just like when we have flu. We stay home for 5-6 days and then we will get better. So we do suffer these insults, and systemic inflammatory response is a normal response. We need that, otherwise we will die. But why do we recover normally when we have a damage or pathogen-associated insult? We recover because we are healthy. So the second thing I had to come to terms in my head, how do I define health? And health to me is a balance between the antagonistic forces. In Europe, we interpret this yin yang like a balance between good and bad. Wrong. It's a balance between antagonistic forces. And for us doctors, it has a very important message. Because it's not like acid is bad, base is good. No, we need both, but they must be in balance, just like flow and anticoagulation, oxidants, antioxidants. I don't know what is happening in Belgium, but in Hungary, the pharmacies are full of antioxidants. Don't buy them, because it is a very fine-tuned system in our body. If you eat a lot of antioxidants, you will excrete a lot of antioxidants, okay? The only antioxidant I do recommend you to drink is Hungarian red wine, okay? That's the best stuff. Now, pro and anti-inflammation is very important. When it is in balance, we are healthy. So our immune system has the
KELEA Dikr is so important.
And then they are.
So, I had in the cuss a couple of times. That'd be made for kids. Change the title. Next video. Change the title and see the information on it. See if it's for children or not.
Lots of water, honey. See how clear it is here in Cali? Showing you that there shouldn't stuff to clear the sky out. Which means you're getting dehydrated.
Changing this one's title also. See if they block it or copyright it when it's Zikr music. Aromaterika. That are mashni. Any videos that don't have music playing, but I do have music or Zikr going in my heart and in my mind as I'm always working, doing, co-creating. Doing the spirit, not as the Quiche Foundation has people doing. What he was saying.
Tumor necrosis factor alpha
YTL
binds to the cytokine receptor present on the neutrophil
in white.
and
On
result
our
in
bottles, we
activation of
program
neutrophils.
cytokine storms and other things into the water to keep
Interferons, abbreviated as IFN.
OC43 is being able to get rid of interferons. It's able to get past those now. Interferon treatment and other things happening in India.
Is it dark?
I'm good. I've done some stuff for you. We're gonna get you better. I didn't know Mom tried to come by and let me know what was going on.
I'm not drinking for anymore either. I'm serious. I thought I was looking pneumonia. I'm doing a lot better now. Now I thought okay. Now I thought okay. It finds me. It does like it makes like patting on his back and all around his chest so anything breaks through.
That's what I would have to do for my mom. And that's why I would have to pat my mom.
I was doing it manually his whole life. And this time they finally gave us this to do it for us. That's a good thing.
Kyle, may I get one more hair from you, Kyle? Thank you, baby. I don't mean to hurt you. Here's Mama. Oh, I know. I don't like guys either.
I don't want you to lay flat. I'm gonna work your way down. It absolutely was. I want to be working on Layla. It was
It was a really beautiful and strong thing.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's trachea tube breathing, menthol and so forth. I get polished and aquamarine with beautiful chirality effect in it to show them the Pfeiffer mechanism and how the cilia are opened up.
If you allow me to record this. Kyle, remember how you told me you wanted to be a doctor?
Yeah.
I've been still working on things to where that can be possible for you. Can I record you? Will you give a message to other little kids to keep fighting and to be as strong as you are? Will you give other babies as yourself, grown strong souls, inspiration to keep themselves as you are, healthy, and to be in light, and to be happy? Will you share that with them? Okay.
My name is Kyle, and I am trying to bring you a message today. We are strong. We are really strong. We're more strong than you can believe. We can overcome anything that comes in our way. We are strong.
Yes, we are,
We are smart, and we are very good people. All of us. We are all very good people. And I believe that if we work together, we can be really strong and overcome anything.
You have fight a lot?
I have fight a lot. And
As you see, the top of the screen didn't get pulled down. It's on record.
Are you tired of the media spinning the truth? I'm sorry, Carl. I didn't get that. My phone stopped recording. Almost out of memory. That is my problem.
Well, it wasn't out of memory. Because I was able to record this.
This man has sort of appropriated everything that you say, but the sad part is that you can tell that he does not embody it. He does not
understand.
believe it or understand it. So whenever he's trying to lay it out for people, for them to get a grasp of where he's coming from, his words just start, like his tongue start flickering, and he makes no sense. It sounds like his lips, you know? He's kind of speaking rationally, and then his lips.
When this should be fucking water off a duck's back. This is what you eat, shit, and breathe.
It truly disgusts me.
Otherwise, you come with the way he be talking to people to Shark Tank, you're not walking out with a loan. Why? Because it's not your fucking primary source of fucking what you believe in. Eat shit and breathe. Elaborate more, man.
Yeah, it just simply disgusts me. I heard about 40 minutes of it.
This dude claimed to be, last 2 weeks ago, that he was a fucking messiah, and now he claims to be the seal of the prophets. Now he claims to be the seal of the prophets. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But he claims to be, because in Islam, we believe Prophet Muhammad was the last of the prophets, but there's many in between. But next to come before Prophet Isa is Prophet Mahdi, smartest of all prophets. Isa is Jesus.
And then Saint Isa. Saint Isa, Jesus to you in English. And no more after that. But the fake Messiah comes before Saint Mahdi and Saint Isa. And you got him now. You understand?
Getting people to drink the shit that he was giving to the pigs that they're selling, that people were eating the pigs.
It's funny, the dude talks about you guys that believe in religion are fucking retarded and I'm gonna kill you. And dude, all he states in this 6-hour fucking thing is quote stuff. Scripture, he's the fucking, not the Messiah now, but the last of the prophets. And somehow, he's that way because he's brung science in, and somehow Tesla and all that shit were prophets. That science is prophets. When science is a bunch of motherfucking atheists that don't believe in anything.
Gnosticism is natural.
The ones that do like myself that show you creation were beaten and killed and oppressed. Miriam states this fucking energetic shit about the pigs.
They tested on purpose to see if they could make this stuff go past.
If you get the fucking GANs on you, then you look like the fucking pigs. Right? It's the same shit. That high temperature you're looking for, as he tells you stupid motherfuckers. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
I was gonna finish, I was gonna restart it and fully listen to him because somehow I fell asleep last night. I wasn't tired. I was trying to stay awake. I started hearing your hydrogen machine, and I passed out.
It's not a hydrogen machine.
Well, the plasma.
That's what people don't get. Hydrogen machine, you see hydrogen people sell those machines, they're melting fucking aluminum cans. I mean, what am I doing?
Molten glass, which has a higher melting point.
And silica, and Techite, moldavite, obsidian. It's a silica, not glass. Glass melts at lower point. Borosilicas and sulfon melting back into something and turning past this melting point there. It's turning exogenic. I posted in group where I was kicked out. What happens when she gets past that is a fucking plasma. It's a plasma gas.
Plasma gas.
Inside of what? It's GANs. So the little gas bubbles you see inside that glass is what? Richard Gans stated. Gas in a nanosolid.
Gold and silver particles.
Hey, it's gas in a nanosolid.
That's why you see the colors.
It's trapped inside of molten motherfucking what?
Hydrogen machines, you just see clear glass.
Silicon.
After they melt it.
The gas is getting released and then it's solidifying when it comes in contact with
Because the gas
no radiation trapped in there, no one on the anions and anything. Don't look like an amethyst that you're
turn back into
working
water
right now.
because it's hydrogen. When I go past that, you see the black that's in it. Why? Because that is what?
Alluvial sand.
16th phase of water. It's black ice. Hot water or dark energy.
Hot water.
All the elements of fucking
Keep up with the time, kids. There's of water.
You got all them colors, all the minerals, and I ain't added shit to it. But glass with glass.
So where's it going? And you call it hydrogen. That's enough.
See, it's nanocode in my blowtorch. Supposedly. And it costs a fucking lie. That's all they do is lie. They gotta change the formula. So they got a new protocol. Because it took them 3 months to do what, honey? What was I saying? Is he gonna do them like he did the pigs? Where first it's 1 cup, and then you get the CH3, like he did. And he tells them CH3, fucking up, drink red Kool-Aid. And now they got a new protocol. Is why? Swine flu blue ear, it's 2 different. And then from blue ear to PSRV with the amoxicillin was what? 3 different things. So what is the guy talking about right now in this thing? He states we're going against international stuff, so we're making our fucking people use antibacterial things, which goes against stuff because you're not supposed to use that because it makes what? It makes the viruses. So what they're doing in Iran and other things like that is they're pumping these people like they did the pigs so that they don't show an infection. You understand? And mutating it. Because what happens when you hit amoxicillin with those things? It mutates the bacterial macrophage that hunts these things, would pass on the morons to their prey, which is what we're trying to get rid of with the antibodies, and so on and so forth. But by doing such, it makes them pass on morons that make them survive, because it makes where the immune system does not fucking see
And it
the
becomes a
virus.
self-destruct virus.
You understand?
It's able to go into the brain.
Dude realizes that. That's why he's having people amoxicillin. Because they did that with the pigs. So they could sell them to the fucking thing, because after the amoxicillin, after they switch it from swine flu to blue ear to PSRV,
which started as a
they
tick
amoxicillin
virus
for a day.
Single strand.
They test them.
Mutated into a
They
double
come
strand.
up negative. But they're still infected and they're asymptomatic. But that's what this guy's on right now.
And they
On
keep
that
taking
tip.
my videos down explaining this shit.
We're
With their own
coming out
information.
fine. We gotta save the doctors. The doctors. What? Just a month ago, you said infect all fucking doctors, take out fucking everybody's what? Healthcare system.
Mm-hmm.
I got the picture of it of you stating, do such, infect the doctor, give him a cup, and give him my email and number and tell him to call me. That's the only way you're gonna survive me. Fuck you.
Everything's screen recorded. As he was giving his commands and so forth to his minions.
For the last few months, he's been saying that.
Mhm.
Reach out to all the healthcare facilities.
And now, yesterday, we gotta save them. Because all the smart people are all dead and dying. The people that actually understand. Whoa, woes with the world. If you look at all the people that were traveling and been infected, it's all the business smart people that actually fucking understand something. And can test. Otherwise, all you dumbass lemmings that are following me, we're now smarter than everybody in the world because they don't understand our work. And I release my patent to the world. What fucking patent do you got, bud? You were supposed to go to prison, nigga, the day that you released a fucking epidemic on the road. You and your fucking wife were supposed to go to Belgium. Prison. It's kind of funny that in his talk, what is he talking about? Opens it up with how fucked off what country is and can't help itself? Belgium. And Austria. But that's where his mirrors are from. How's
And
Austria
that's
all
where it
fucked
shit's being
up?
broadcasted from right now.
That's where one of your biggest main producers of your fucking weaponized bullshit is. And where you had your water testing done with your fake ass fabrication so that you can bypass FDA approval and sell that shit in American fucking markets online.
Like you are now. On
For how
Amazon.
much? And how long would you claim it's made all natural? And Etsy and shit for the last decade. And half a decade since Etsy's been out. You motherfuckers been selling that shit under the guise of fucking non-edible fucking shit, but people drink and eat the stuff. It's disgusting and sick.
Yousteal and
Wake
Fakebook
up.
keep blocking my shit.
How if you're a space virus program and you make this technology, you claim clear stuff, how is your ass still fucking sick from the top? You're 4 months sick.
Right.
Plus gestation, right?
Which means you were sick
Then
back
you
last
got
year.
fucking dude talking about they're doing this, but you gotta live with it for the rest of your life. So why are you showing me this health
You were
aid
sick
that
in
you've been
November.
promising for over a decade, like the gravitic fucking machine and all this? It's never come out.
Which is still a computer simulation.
And closed.
Still a computer simulation that you
And
state is
guys
500 million
claim
euros.
You have fucking the cure for
Or
bullshit.
500 euros or however the fuck. It's like,
100,000.
plus fucking the attachments and accessories and blah 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 blah, and it supposedly brings you back to almost near perfection as if you're in the womb. Now, people, if you've been watching for years, you know that my stuff cleans you back because of my Terica all the way back to Adam Slim. And everyone that works with it, you see, and those who been activated with my butterfly are with the caterpillar, which makes a magnetic dimple, scalar wave transverse motherfucking dipole action.
What did I say right there?
That's what they're trying to copy. But they can't. They tried killing everybody else to do it, and it's fucking sick. It's hell simple to make. I share it. It's hell simple. All the information's on my YouTube. All the information's on my business page. Love, Energy, and Blessings. All the information is in my fucking KELEA group. It's low energy nuclear reactions. Cold fusion. I show how to make motherfucking sonoluminescence with glow sticks and other things. That's free energy. I show all kind of stuff. Those people don't show anything other than we're gonna suck energy from your fucking soul. We're gonna suck energy from the earth, We're gonna suck energy from viruses, from fish, from birds, from fucking everything. We're just gonna suck energy.
Instead of create.
Somehow we're gonna go to space and get infected and come back and bring back a fucking infection. That's what this idiot says. That somehow doing this right here on the world is a fucking learning experience in case we get an infection and come back with something. We'll be able to fight it. But I thought the CIA did this, right? These people hint at so much fucking shit that they doing, man. Wake the fuck up, people. Wake up, man. June Mubarak. Happy Friday. Last Friday, you see what's going on. The news states, why is it every time it rains and so forth, this motherfucker causes some shit? Why is there an explosion of some shit? We had rain for 6 days, was not rain. It was our number 4 initiative of what? Spreading this shit around. Do you understand, people?
Sarah North reached out yesterday with that other girl, Nicole, from the mountains. They said that Sarah said that she smashed her house, and this presence entity went over her daughter, and
that's why we got her in the balance. The video the other day of the little girl where it says Silver North. It's another girl that I grew up with from mountains.
And Heidi said feeling just not herself. She was completely, her vitalities went off. She was, possessed and acting out of character and just really giving her mom a hard time and feeling like shit herself. And she asked me, she reached out through other people and they asked me to send her, to help her. So I offer
These people have been trying to reach out to me on Facebook. All I'm seeing is notifications. I can't because I'm blocked. So guess what? Mama gets to see what Daddy's been seeing.
And feeling.
Sorry, dear.
So, just with her picture, that's her facilitated for her daughter's picture. I sent her a series of intrinsic data fields, mostly for
Via non-locality morphogenic field. An SC5. The transverse waves. Like how we scan Germany, and as you see in all of our stuff, we scan our things. We scan the key shit. We scan everything.
She was supposed to be getting a balance for the next 18 hours. And within an hour, Sarah sent me a comment saying, Maria, my daughter is starting to look better. She seems like she wants to smile. And this morning I reached out to Sarah and I asked her, how's your daughter doing? How's Heidi doing? And she said, these are her words.
Yeah, show me the video. Show me the screen. I'll record it.
She's feeling so much better, Maria. Thank you for the bottom of my heart. I was so scared. Seeing her into something like that. I feel that dark presence, but it's gone. No more fever, and she's happy and being nice. Her color is even better. Thank you.
And you got other sister, husband works in prison. What's going on with Kathleen? She called. I had to get at her because I sensed they got this funkness around them. Everybody that's sensitive or open and sensing what's going on, if you ain't doing your meditation and shit like that, you're getting sick. Your kids that are open are getting fucking sick on them first.
I said, don't fuck around, please, no time for that. Put your phone down and meditate with her. Go outside, do yoga. Build your energy.
Spiritual warfare, people.
And Kathleen and Ricardo, I've been sending them a balance for the last 48 hours. And she said that they got no more fever.
Improving and showing. Let's do that.
I shot this message at 9:22 this morning to one of my clients, Kathleen. We've been sending her balancing monthly for the last year and a half. And this morning, since she had reached out to me because her and her husband were feeling under the weather, she had a fever, and her husband works in a state prison. And because he works in a state prison, for him to go back to work on Monday, they're going to be screening them, and if he shows cough or fever or any other symptoms, they won't let them in. So early this week, she came by the shop. She got herself a bottle of the silver program with the VP882. She's following Ezekiel's instructions. She had made a dispenser at home in which she literally with a Sharpie just wrote VP882 in it, encoding the water. And so after sending her the balancing, she getting herself a setup at home to drink the water, getting back to her daily meditations and healthy foods and healthy habits. I asked, blessings Kathleen, how are you guys? Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to...
On the 13th, she come into the store, my wife and I had a horrible argument where I was fighting with the jinns and stuff that they put in my wife's head where she said she was leaving me. So I opened up those people's head. Got into their head and explained to them what the fuck was going on. I'm tired.
The sister got my wife infected in January because she was infected by her husband.
That's what happened Friday.
That's what I've been trying to figure out is how long has it been in America.
So Kathleen is saying that her fever went back to normal yesterday, has stayed under 99, still waking up, feeling crappy, but it settles down after a few hours. She said we both have headaches still, and Ricardo still has a cough but not had a fever at all. Overall, we're thankful for being improving. If you think it's a good idea, she's considering on continuing balancing each week while he returns to work back on Monday. She said that her husband has to work with 4,500 people in and out of the place, so imagine that should help. So I said, blessings Kathleen, drink as much of the KELEA water you're doing as you can. Wake up, drink water. Same for...
Change the title, put the information, top there. And that one right there is really taking off. Walking through the forest and finding the talk that we had. And then number 2, about KELEA water and so forth. Top here. On the schematics it says, this thing got 26 views, and it says 1. So many jets over us today. Sky Donuts.
Was that a break?
Yeah, air brake.
Air brake?
Yeah, it was in the air, honey. That's them coming out of fucking Mach. You're already gone.
I'm late.
Yeah. You have to use your body's autonomous sensory meridians to feel them, but from way off.
Yeah, I can't just be getting my gun out when the fucking hitting the brake.
No.
They're gone. Too late, Maria. They shoot them in the cord like.
It had just adjusted and turned. That was the sound, if you recognize. That's of our U2, our glider. Just remember, we're next to Bill. There's only one view. So confused.
Is it coming down?
I'm just doing that circle sign. This the family that, like my wife was saying, we help people, and nothing was able to help them. So I had done that for him, and it was an amazing thing. He came into the shop before our business before we came up here. You know me, I'm not gonna stop. I had him fill, and while they're going through what they were.
Beautiful day in the life. Live the life you live the life you love.
Flower in or qamah, wheat inside, they used to see ants bringing pieces of it to be under the heavenly kingdom by following the way of justice. أساس العدل في الشغل، العدل في المنزل، العدل بين الأخوة، العدل بين الجيران، العدل في كل شيء. Justice in your home, justice in your business, justice in your working with other people together, justice in things that to
grind down my crystals.
Not you take the creamy
20 more grams.
And you give your brother the
3.
Whatever left. There were two partners. It's a story. We're two partners. We used to sell
6 more video titles and age group things to classify, and I'm done out of all of the 570 some videos. Top beer. 2013 to now. A couple of days ago until I upload the new. Whenever we go back to working on the pennant. Talk beer. And I upload and keep the business page up to date with marriage talks like these. And just talking. Change the name and so forth from this one for the information. Almost done.
And these people that shut down our city. What the fuck?
Not waiting for kids with that customer.
Circumstances. I'm happy to be joined.
This is their YouTube channel before they'd spread that shit, and now it's got all this stuff.
So they could know exactly who's watching, who's involved, and being able to integrate into it. They keep figuring out who I am. And put today's excuse talk up. Yeah.
Interesting. Now it's giving me thumbnails when before it was not giving me a thumbnail of my posts, my links, all the links that I've done. Just now it's doing it. I've done posted like 16 video links to the business page and to yours. That's the first one to do it. Otherwise, as you see, they weren't doing that.
Russian vaccines have been after, and Chinese vaccines have been after they tested people, they had developed no antibodies, and they never really got to open back up. They never opened back up. It's been a solid year.
That should be probation. Oh no, the top was smart. And this plasma experience. Top beer. That was beautiful. My cousin giving his information on his experience with the plasma bottles and placing them in their faucets so that all the water in the house was integrated in their house. Kids were actually drinking the water out the tap. Something I've never done before. Top beer. What happened?
My parents all
Bueno, y lo que pasa es que hay una sola. No es Austoroville, ese código postal.
In the sun. It's giving out 7.55.
Pero ese código postal no es Austoroville.
Put out more than 5.7. I want to hook it and
Bueno,
you'll see it's
si
giving
yo
out
te la
more
mandé,
energy
vos
from the other
fijate,
ones that are
porque
in
no
the
me
dark.
mandaron fotos, solo el frente, no hay fotos. Y si vos la podés ver, a ver si es no sé, porque yo pedí por ese código postal y ese código es Oroville East y es ese código postal y me está mostrando ese código postal a mí.
A ver, me fijo la que me mandaste. Bueno, les cuento, chicos, tengo una cita gratuita con la abogada por 20 minutos por teléfono. ¿No me escuchas?
No, te retumba mucho.
¿No me escuchas ahora?
Ahí sí mejor.
Tengo una cita con la abogada. Te dan una cita gratuita por teléfono, 20 minutos, que es la inicial, pero yo le pedí a la chica si ya podía hacer una cita también presencial para ir a sentarme a hablar con la señora y me dijo que sí también, que están dando cita, la primera para hacer la consulta va a ser para el 9, o sea, el miércoles que viene, no, el otro miércoles. Y tendría que llamar entonces ahora para tener una cita presencial porque va a tardar como 2 o 3 semanas para que me den una cita. Sí, si no puedo llamar y consultar con otra persona, hacer la misma consulta pero que tenga antes. Parece que la señora está reocupada, me dijo la chica. No, esto se llena re rápido, que no sé qué. La primera que tengo es para el miércoles 9. Entonces yo dije, bueno, me tomó todos los datos y todo, quedamos que es para ese día, porque igual está bueno seguir teniendo opiniones y no puedo llamar y preguntar para otro. Hay otra compañía, otra firma de abogados que también tiene 4.8. Ahí está el ciervo. Hola. Mira, mírame la cámara. ¿No lo ves ahí paradito? Se está moviendo. ¿Lo ves? Hola. Mira, voy a abrir la puerta. No se asusta. ¿Lo ves? Ahí está a 20 pies de acá. El único que se asusta es Romeo. Romeo empieza a llorar.
see? I looked at that panel on it.
One. Not five.
I'm gonna hook up the other panels. So when I was running that the other day, I noticed the power was below it should have been at. If we're, you know, at the time, in between your doing what you do to where we don't bug each other, where I could actually record without noise and all that. So we were just running on 2 panels out of 5. But making it. Okay. That's why I watch stuff. I have it set up like that, and I sit there constantly watching those numbers. Taking notes, as you say. On my autism, I go, wait a minute. That doesn't equal out right.
Viste que buena mamá, viste que buena esa página. A nosotros ya nos entraron 8 órdenes. Ezequiel dice congratulations.
That's why we talked about that earlier.
Dice que por eso tuvimos la charla esta mañana. Viste que bueno, podés hacer cuadraditos de lo que sea, lo ponés en un plastiquito, le ponés una etiqueta y los locales que venden también lo compran y lo venden. Es como mayorista para gente que tiene locales. Hay un montón de gente y después le haces de cajas. Entonces yo digo que una caja tiene 10 infusores, no hay que comprar una caja.
At the same time.
O 2 cajas o 3 cajas. Y después cuando ellos te ponen la orden, vos tenés la capacidad de aceptarla o rechazarla.
Listen to this, folks. They just now started being, because metals and everything got different, the symmetries, different intrinsic metals. They're using lasers to pulse, which out of my one that I have phonons, anions, and ions. Same as light packets. They just now successfully been able to weld glass and metal together. Right? I've been doing that for a couple years, doing it right now live. This hasn't been successfully done before due to the very different thermal properties of glass and metal. Blah, blah, blah. I'm about to show you that and wood mixed together. Yeah, what do I know? Nothing. What am I showing to the world? Nothing. How much money did I spend on that? A whole lot.
This is actually a pretty big breakthrough in manufacturing and could lead to stronger yet lighter materials. Pretty much all water and food we consume contains microplastics. What does that mean for us? Constant exposure to particles.
Make you look good. Make you look good. What's killing the world? You wanna look good.
And other evidence
this is what's going on with COVID.
Ultimately, mental illness is multifactorial, and the causes are often biological, psychological, and social. So we can't reduce something so complex and heterogeneous to just an action by the immune system. Producing an egg cell out of blood cells. In theory, it now is possible for 2 men to have a child. Doesn't actually mean their own bone marrow. Just simply
bone marrow. Undifferentiated cells. Where you make the causality inference and you make what you want. Pat.
I guess it could also be used for cases when a guy's shooting blanks but still wants his own child. There are cameras that can film at 10 trillion FPS, fast enough to film the speed of light. It's a lot of pictures over a period of time edited together. Scientists found debris from an asteroid that hit Mexico some 66 million years ago, making a huge crater. This debris was found in North Dakota, furthering the evidence that this asteroid may be a major factor in the extinction of the dinosaurs and much of life on Earth at the time. Lab-grown meat, cellular agriculture, the growing of animal or plant cells in some kind of growth medium, is definitely a growing thing with revolutionary potential. There are companies working on animal and also on seafood cells to make food products, but there are a number of problems still to be solved in scaling up. Possibly the most currently successful is Gelter, who don't aim at food products but at producing collagen and leather from cells in a vat. And not just lab-grown meat, but plant-based meat has come a hell of a long way. If you've tasted the Beyond Burger, you know what I'm talking about. It bleeds and cooks just like a cow burger, so much so that some long-time vegans get grossed out by it just like meat. Right now the market is mostly burgers,
we don't want to eat meat,
but there's a lot of
white
R&D
meat,
happening
all
and the
these
food
things
scientists don't see a reason
that
why they
are
couldn't
like
have
meat.
all sorts of meat-alike products with no animals involved at all.
Why, as a vegetarian, would you make something that is similar to a meat product? I never understood that with my ex-wife and all persons that were vegetarian or vegan. Myself, I didn't eat meat for a while until even the Theta. But yet, prayers and so forth done on each one is the same and not different. But yet, I was supposed to, when I was a vegan chef at the Yellow Pot in Baltimore, asking people when they're pissed off when I didn't make the seitan legs taste just like fried chicken. And they've never eaten meat before. And I'm like, what the fuck? You never had chicken before. Was you pissed because I didn't cook this? It was a little wet. And not crispy. Like crispy chicken. I'm baffled. There's even a little piece of wood in the center of the shit to mimic a bone. I'm trying to figure out, if you don't eat meat, will you feed a child something that's similar to something that you don't want them to eat, or you seem wrong? I don't get that. Just show me out. From chicken nuggets to cheese to hamburgers, all kind of shit. But you don't want to eat meat. It's bad. But yet on that side, because so many animals die on that side, and wasted food is insane.
Involved at all.
Because of this right here.
We recently discovered single-celled organisms evolved into multi-celled organisms because of the environmental stressor of predation.
Our guts and so forth with this
I feel like this has been a mystery for so long for humanity, and when this came out, no one paid it any regard because of all the other crazy stuff.
People paid attention to what was going on and what I've extracted from those pieces of type 1 carbon that supposedly state there's nothing growing at that time except for archaea, but we have stuff that does not come up in all the databases to something that does come up in the database as a fluke worm that only eats off a certain type of food. It changes everything. I keep saying for years. Those guys in that container, they change everything. Because these fools are still stating that life started as such, but if those were right there and such, and were excavated from a thing, how was there a life form that's way more advanced than what they state is supposed to be at that time, a couple billion years ago, and that there's no supposed atmosphere? If that is what we have right now, how was the climate meant for that? Now the other shit they came up as fucking unknown etiology. Who knows what that is? I don't know what it is, but the other ones came up as fluke worm. Okay, well, that stemmed from something, so on and so forth, that they say at that time should have been a single cell organism. If not, just kind of correlating with somebody else and intermixing stuff through the membranes, if not something that didn't have a membrane in the exchange that they did through epigenetics, through chiralities, and ORP. What they're explaining is ORP, what people aren't realizing. Why those things back then exchanged different stuff and packaged with each other until stuff became mono. In the sense of our thought of mono, but yet hasn't become mono because we're only less than 1% human species. The rest of us is all those things else that's in the world.
Other crazy stuff going on in the world. 2 recent studies were published regarding care of strokes outside of the 6-hour window.
Up until those studies, we could only really do anything about an ischemic stroke if it happened within the last 6 hours. These 2 studies showed that, using various criteria, we could perform thrombectomy up to 24 hours from symptom onset with statistically significant improvement in outcome for the patient. Before, if a patient woke up with stroke symptoms, there likely wasn't a damn thing we can do. Now, we can actually attempt.
This is what's on the International Space Station for the last couple of years.
Huge strides.
And be it that it's different than being off
3D
offshores.
printing organic skin and organs.
This is what
Within a decade,
SpaceX
you'll be able
took
to safely get a new
several
heart,
months back,
liver,
a new
or
one.
large chunks of flesh after accidents or illness. Until then,
This is what's
please
gonna be
agree to
on their
donate
little-
organs for when you die. They truly save lives.
This is what they got on
A
their
company
little...
in South Korea will literally...
They've been doing this for a minute, though. Cloning people's animals. Wow. Glow in the dark nails.
Korea will literally genetically clone your dogs for $100,000. And the cloned dog will be born with the exact same genes as the other dog. They are even able to edit the genes, and have made dogs with glow-in-the-dark nails. But here's what's even cooler. They're trying to clone a mammoth, bringing it from extinction. Nuclear fusion. Sounds scary, but it's completely harmless. Absolutely zero. Significant. Radiation emission and no danger of catastrophe whatsoever, and no carbon emissions to speak of. As another plus, it will produce more energy than any other power source we know of, and new breakthroughs are being made every day. A company in South Korea will literally genetically clone your dogs for $100,000, and the cloned dog will be
by then too, and it does not has to be way.
Installing some more cameras and wiring for now. For wireless, the power.
And it does not has to be wait for a coup, like a cupo amount, like a certain amount of visas, you know?
Yeah.
It's like available all the time. That for daughters, stepdaughters, uncles, or sisters and brothers, that there's a certain amount that has to be available that year. But for fathers and mothers, there's not a certain amount. But so there's 2 forms we would have to file to, the one of the sponsorship and the one for the change of status. But my parents want to really make sure that they can come in and, you know, already start filing in for the change of status and get the confirmation for that and start already being in process. And so I have to do just like the consultation with the lawyer to make sure, you know, that what I'm reading and what not, like, or understanding it's alright. And
You still down for a matcha? Or smoothie?
yes, it's any time.
Bless, everything's moving timely. The youngest is their sponsor. And the funny thing is, about the emancipation thing, you'll be claiming them on your taxes as dependents.
Well, the thing is that
Just joking.
the thing is that, yeah, I looked into the form, and so I have some questions about that and qualifying for the sponsorship. They do take into account their own assets as well, which they're set, both of them on that side. But they say that even though we gotta present all of my taxes, they go by the line number 9 of what the general income is. What your annual income is, your total gross of income minus all the deductions. And every year even the years that we've been done, like gain or earned capital, is I'm not having 21 in that column. Like, you know, the number is not 21.
If we were still open with a brick and mortar, we would be.
And so
way over the need. That's all I would say.
And so they tell you that you can list your actives, like if you have more than one car, you can list your actives, you can list like if you had a property, and then ask your parents' properties and or how much liquid money you got like in your checking account and savings account.
Yeah, I understand.
And that.
It's a money thing, honey. Like I said.
And then
Because you're supposed to be emancipating your parents. You're your parents' parents.
Yep. You're just saying that you're financially responsible for those people. If anything, they cannot tap into the public funds of the U.S. government. You're responsible for if they were to acquire any debt.
And for like I was stating. So if they acquired any debt, then whatever you put down is acquired and appropriated as payment for it. Henceforth, the talk earlier. Saying you guys understand about here because it might be how it is in your country, but if you incur debt, they'll take your shit here and you take your shit there. And whoever else wrote down your stuff. That's how America works. To get their payment.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Although
there is no although.
That is if they acquire debt with federal funds though, not in their own, in this sponsorship relationship, not of their own. If though in America itself, yeah, like if you go to the hospital on your own, like even if you have or not insurance, but let's say you do and you just can't pay the bill, the insurance can choose to come after.
During this time of sponsorship, kid.
Don't fuck up, dude.
I understand that. That's why I was trying to bring it up earlier, but it just turned into an argument of someone trying to help you guys.
I was telling my mom too, when her cousin signed it, it's huge because he never really asked like, hey, what if your daughter does acquire a debt? You know, like who's fucking
He
paying
didn't
for it?
understand that, but how would you acquire a debt when the only means and reason why you guys use him was because of my taxes? All of a sudden, I'm on the map. Otherwise, again, we didn't need a co-sponsor. So I keep arguing with you about. And you keep giving me that fucked up ass look. When we had such, the reason for the other person is I all of a sudden just popped up paying taxes. Otherwise, if I'd been playing the game like everyone else for life, then we wouldn't need a sponsor because we made all the fucking criteria.
Agreed. There's no face to that, but there's a hypothetical case because
that's not a hypothetical case of sense of did we go without your cousin? No. I kept pushing, we can do this without your cousin. You said I don't want to do that because I'm scared. So we went with your cousin. So, one now realizes, again, why I was stating there's no reason for such. Also, if one doesn't realize, as he did not, because he's obviously not educated himself in the time of being here, like your mother bringing up, or why he would have someone like yourself endangered, living in a state that he lives in this fucking country. Hello? The smirk on your face. Fuck,
sorry,
dude.
my face just bothers you.
It's not your face does not bother you. It's the comments that are made silently with body language when I'm stating something, and you know what? Astaghfirullah. You don't know what it is because it happens so much that one does it without consciously realizing. And when someone points that out, one takes offense to that. So, again, I brung up to you about the emancipation thing and other things as such, because it goes into the same thing as your parents. As I was stating to you, and I've been saying to you, because of what has happened, and the changing and so forth in the family, you are looked at as the pillar. So one must educate oneself, and one hasn't. So as they're now coming over here, they don't get the hoop passed to them in the ring. And it's like, oh, we gotta learn this together when you've been here for a decade. Fighting the person that's been trying to help you understand what we've been working towards and what the future has on the front board of the songs. And things pass along. They're crazy. Everything that I exposed to you, honey, that you tried to ignore is coming to existence fucking right now on your forehead.
Bam. You wanna argue with me? Let's speed it up for you. Your house is slow. Let's speed on. What do you want, Mom? Do you want that or do you want that song? Which one do you want to work with? It's like talking to my aunt and every other person that's had something to sell to them. The shit sells literally that day or fucking within talking with them. Within the week. How would you like them with your shit? I'll be afraid for you.